what it is. I'm just getting down to some of this background music. It's the weekend kickoff, baby. I might not be playing the right music for that kind of dancing. I'm not sure. I do know my sweater's too small or I'm too big. But what are you gonna do, right? I'm not gonna stop eating. Ooh, don't do it, baby. Don't do it. She's touchy. You blow on her the wrong way and she's gonna shut off on you, I promise. She's worth it though. You know, she's testy, but she's worth the work. Promise. I was watching back some of the video from the stream yesterday because for the first time I decided instead of just streaming straight to Twitch that I was going to what do they call it? Like a multi-stream. Yeah, it says it right up there. Multi-stream, where I do both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Just because I wanted to see what it'd be like, you know? And it's cool, man. I mean, I think it's awesome because it gives more opportunity, you know, to try to attract audiences from different platforms. For instance, me, I knew what YouTube was since its induction, you know what I mean? But truthfully, I didn't really dive heavily into YouTube content until, I don't know, 2016, I'd say. I used to work at a factory, and somebody there, a couple of my coworkers, suggested some decent YouTube content creators and some funny videos. And I went and checked them out and thought it was some of the funniest shit. You know, like most people, I thought that YouTube was just like for funny cat videos or, you know, 7 or 8 year old, even 12-year-old boys, you know, who got a hold of their mom or dad's video camera and would just record silly shit. I didn't think there was like legitimate entertaining content, and there's so much. So it was all downhill from there, so to speak. Once my friends at this factory introduced content creators that I really liked on YouTube. Sorry, I gotta adjust my elbow rests. Prop my big ass up a little bit. But yeah, once they suggested content creators that I really fell in love with, it's all I started watching. That was it. My buddy Chad, who's one of my followers, he introduced me to the Game Grumps. Holy shit, if you have not heard of or watched any content from the Game Grumps and you love to laugh, that's where it's at. You know, they do the gameplay, let's play format, and it's cool because you could see how great of a relationship that they have. You know, they're buddies on top of being co-workers, I guess. You know, they spend a lot of time playing games, but recording it, and they don't do the typical format that you'll find most common these days, where it'll be a let's play, but the content creator will also have like a camera on their face so you can see their reaction. It's just like voiceover stuff, which, you know, that's like the OG setup, I think. You know, whenever content creators started getting into let's plays, that's kind of the format that they rolled with, I think. You know, where it was just voiceover over top of the gameplay. And it wasn't anything extravagant or crazy. It was just like, hey, we're playing this game, we're hanging out, come watch us if you're bored. And it became like legitimate entertainment, man. And like I said, the Game Grumps are just some of the funniest dudes ever, and it enhances their content to see how much they enjoy hanging out with each other, like legitimately, you know. So anyway, Game Grumps, you know, of course, your mainstays, if you want to call them that. Another buddy / co-worker of mine, you know, had mentioned like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier, and these guys I mean, even at the time, were huge creators, you know. But they definitely have blown up a lot more since then. I think the first Markiplier videos that I ever watched were his World's Quietest Let's Plays, where he's like initially in the first one or two of them. I think there's 5 now total, and I think a big part of that is because of how popular they were and how many views they got, because they were funny. They were funny as hell. They still are. They still make me laugh. I'm sorry this background music's a little sad. I didn't mean it to be that way. Anyway, you know, but it's a good filler. Good filler. Anyway, yeah, so he's got these World's Quietest Let's Plays, right? And the first couple of them, maybe the first 3, I think after maybe the first 2, it turned into a gimmick, you know, but the first one, maybe the first 2, I legitimately believe the reason that he's whispering, okay, that's like the premise. He's doing a Let's Play, all right? He's playing a game and recording him playing it, but it's one of those rage-inducing games. I think it was Happy Wheels. Hell, we might dip into it and go back and watch, because it's been a couple years since I've actually watched them, and they're a good time. They're a good time. But, you know, the whole premise is he's trying to be quiet because he's like his roommate or some shit like that's asleep, and it's real late, real early in the morning, and his roommate's sleeping, and he wanted to record a video, but he needed to be quiet because his roommate was sleeping. And of course he's playing this rage game, which causes you to scream when shit goes wrong, especially with him. And it was fucking hilarious. And from that point on, I really started to enjoy his content too. And Jack's kind of the same way, you know. He's loud and boisterous and energetic, and, you know, in the beginning, he's just this crazy Irishman, and at this point, he's still, that's a big part of his persona, is to be the crazy Irishman. He's still very energetic. He still really gets into the games, you know, but he definitely toned down a little bit, which is good. I think there were a lot of people that couldn't stand him because of how loud and boisterous he was, and some people found it annoying. But I think the first few videos that I watched from Jack around the time he was playing like Sniper Elite 4 or some shit like that, which is a game I've never played, but of course I think the whole idea of being a sniper, and especially games where you are a sniper, that's cool. I think a lot of people enjoy those games. Me, I'm a patient guy, but myself, along with a lot of other people, I think they get tired of having to sneak around and, you know, try to avoid guards or avoid detection so that you can quietly, stealthily pop somebody off from a quarter mile away or even farther, you know? Still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. But he was playing Sniper Elite 4, I think it was. And, you know, anybody who's played that game knows that whenever you know, are looking down the scope and you fire off a round and it connects with your target, that it kind of goes into this X-ray cam and shows where the bullet's entering the body and the kind of damage that it's causing to your target. And he was just going around shooting everybody in the dick. And it was hilarious because the X-ray camera will zoom in on like the person's balls, and you'll see like the bullet going in and exploding the balls. And so he was purposefully doing that, you know, just shooting everybody in the dick. And it was fucking incredible. Just some of the funniest shit I remember watching. And again, that's all it took, man. That's all it took to be hooked. And I still watch those guys to this day. You know, they've had their ups and downs. Sometimes the content's great, sometimes it's bad. One thing I can say I appreciate about Jack is he's been pretty open about his mental health issues, and I think that that's exceptional, because he is such a huge content creator, but he's still willing to be open and honest about his struggles, and he's still willing to discuss what struggles a person can still deal with, even whenever it might seem from an outside perspective that they've got it made, right? Like, he's this super huge YouTuber, he's very wealthy, and he gets paid a lot of money to do what he does, you know? And when you break it down to its most basic level, he's getting paid a lot of money to play video games. And Jesus Christ, there's so many people, including myself, that would love to be able to even make a living off of it. Not a type of living where I need to blow up and have this big, huge house, but, you know, just so I can, like, make my car payment, you know, for the month or whatever. But yeah, he's been very open and honest about his personal mental health struggles. And it works a lot because the audience that he has cultivated and the people that follow him and the younger people, or even people like myself, he's a couple years younger than me, but I still, you know, I look up to him in a certain respect because, again, you know, I aspire to make a living doing that. So it's cool to look at him and kind of take notes. And I know that he had a large boost in viewership and subscribers after PewDiePie shouted him out. So he had a little bit of a boost, but even without that, I think he still would have made it because he stands out among the crowd. And, you know, not just everybody, or not just anybody, I suppose, can come on and sit in front of a camera and talk into a microphone and play a video game and be entertaining. You know, anybody can play a video game while recording it, but it's very difficult to do that and then generate a form of entertainment from it, other than just, you know, because I can sit there and I can play a fucking video game and I talk shit under my breath whenever something bad happens, you know, or I might even be talking to myself. Hell, I do it on a pretty consistent basis, but that's not something that you can just record and broadcast and then people will be like, yeah, I'm enjoying this. I'm going to come back day after day to watch this guy just play a video game, you know? There's a lot more to it than that. And at the most basic perspective, you're an entertainer, man. You know, you're providing entertainment. So it's got to be at least entertaining. You know, it can't just be you recording yourself playing a game in silence. And even still, even if you're not being silent, you got to give more valuable contribution to what's going on, you know? And what's funny is if you actually, like, pay attention, okay? And the Game Grumps, I think, are in a class of their own because they can go off on these insane tangents and talk about something that's completely unrelated to the gameplay, and it still be absolutely fucking hilarious, right? And completely entertaining, right? And they play off each other so well, all right? So, truthfully, even if you are sitting down, right, and you're recording yourself playing a game, if you watch some content creators that even I find entertaining, the commentary that they're adding over top of the gameplay may not be super substantive, you know what I mean? It might not have like a whole lot of depth to it, but it's still, for whatever reason, you know, it's entertaining. It's entertaining. It's like whenever Jack was playing Death Stranding, you know, and a lot of people were pissed because it was, for the most part, a walking simulator, you know, or at least that's the shit that people like to say about it. But in my mind, it had such, like, the story itself had a lot of depth to it. And it was definitely one of those things that made you think, you know, whether it was written that way as a commentary on today's world, and, you know, this is as analogous to what this is going on, you know what I mean? Or if it's just something that's completely made up. In Kojima, Hideo Kojima, he made that game, right? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with the people that make the games and things of that nature. But yeah, like Hideo Kojima, when he made that game, or when he was sitting down and trying to come up with the idea for the game, what the fuck was going through his head? I mean, was it just, okay, I want to make something completely unique that's off the wall? I mean, of course, I think there's always some underlying commentary that's coming from it about today's society. But in terms of gameplay alone, okay, let's try to put the story aside. Gamers were so pissed. You know what I mean? Because there wasn't a lot of high intensity shit going on all the time. There was shit going on for sure. And it definitely would get intense. I never played the game. But truthfully, I think that in a big way, another benefit of watching content creators who play through these games is it affords me the benefit of not buying the game or not having to buy the game before I'm sure whether or not I'll like the game. You know what I mean? Like, because game trailers and game previews are a lot like movie previews in that they hype them up and they make them look fucking fantastic, you know? They can take a movie or a game that I would normally not have any interest in whatsoever and hype it up and shoot it in such a way that it makes it look badass. And you know, it's part of marketing, man. They really can hone in on what people look for in a game purchase. So I think that saved me an ass ton of money. There's a lot of games that I haven't bought because I was able to go on YouTube or wherever and watch somebody else play it and decide whether or not it's for me, okay? Now, Death Stranding is one of those that had a wicked amount of hype, right? Because it's a Kojima game. And I am glad that I was able to watch Jack play it, because I don't think, even though the story was pretty sick, I don't think I would have liked it. I mean, I can see some draw to it, but it's very niche. You know what I'm saying? And you've got to be the type of person who's patient, and like really patient. I'm patient in most aspects of my life, but I think video games is where I fall short. I can't say I'm patient when it comes to video games. So, sorry, I'm reading a text message. Man, that's sad. Okay, sorry. Anyway, what I was getting at is, so I benefit from that. I think a lot of people benefit from that, especially when there's a game that's like mega hyped and content creators get it ahead of time before it's released. And then again, there's some times where, you know, again, there are games that I wouldn't expect being ones that I enjoy, and then I see a content creator play it and I'm like, I want to get that one. So, you know, but it helps me weed out the bullshit that I would normally just throw money at because of the hype, and saves me a little money, you know, because I'm stupid. I'm stupid with the money, especially when it comes to electronic goods. Like, EA would love me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the type to buy the skins and the fucking weapons, and, you know, I've gotten much better about my spending habits when it comes to digital goods. And I attribute a lot of that to YouTube and content creators and being able to see that shit ahead of time. But so when I got into watching YouTube and started enjoying that content so much and found how there was just this vast array of creators, essentially for anything you could possibly think of, it became all I watched. All of it. Like, all the shit that I watched. I relocated my bedroom from a bedroom to a different part of the house, and now I've got like my bedroom here. And truthfully, once I moved up here, you know, even though there is like a connection for the satellite that we have here, I don't have it hooked up because I don't watch normal television. It's YouTube, and you know, of course, there's Netflix and shit like that. But truthfully, in addition to YouTube, I only recently found Twitch to be entertaining, and it's only been in the last couple of years. And the only thing that really led me to Twitch, even though, you know, Twitch was essentially set up as a live streaming platform for gamers. It was more political commentators that brought me to Twitch. And so, then I've got creators that I follow on Twitch. So it's just online content, right? And I think that the younger generations, the millennials, even like Gen X, and of course the Zoomers and shit, we're moving more and more towards online content as being our primary sources of entertainment, And I don't think there's a problem with that. I don't think there's a problem with that at all. I do not. I'm amazed at the vast array of shit that you can find between YouTube. If you just consider YouTube and Twitch alone, if you put aside Netflix and Hulu and all these different services like that, if you just say YouTube and Twitch, you still could have hours and hours and days worth of content. That's entertaining, And there's a certain social aspect to it too, Some would say parasocial, and it'd be like a negative thing, but I was saying this yesterday before I closed out my stream, that I wanted to try to create a online community where people feel invited to come in and hang out. You know what I mean? Because I'm a loner. I'm a loner type dude. I don't go out and spend time with friends, really. I don't go to bars. Again, I'm a recovering addict and shit like that, so I have to stay away from bars. And I've got to stay away from the possibility of unsavory people, I say that just because I'm the unsavory person, but, when you get in groups of unsavory people, that's when problems happen. And all it takes is just one other addict or one other alcoholic to meet up with someone else that's struggling with the substance abuse issues. And one night out, us two can ruin each other's lives. You know what I mean? So, just kind of as a response to me trying to protect myself and trying to live a semi-responsible life, even though I continue to fuck up a lot, it's safer for me to just keep my ass at home. I promise. And I'm not super bummed about it. Of course, there's a lot of things that I wish I could have done, and things that I still wish that I would be doing differently. But by the same token, I'm not gonna sit there and bust my balls about it for too long, right? So, with that in mind, it's cool for myself and people like me to be able to, even in our imagination, be in someone else's home and chill, because that's it. Like, even though you guys are only getting to see like this section, like, you're invited into my home. I welcome you, because as somebody who has problems with anxiety, as I know there's so many other people out there that are like that, if that feeling of anxiety and, or just tiredness, let's say all of a sudden you get tired or aggravated or, stressed out because there's some shit going on in your life, and all of a sudden it comes rushing into your consciousness, you had it packed away and you weren't freaking out about it, but, anxiety sufferers get hit with this shit really fast. So what's cool about this kind of remote relationship is, if that happens to you, or if it happens to me, and I all of a sudden am just like, all right, I can't stream anymore, or you as a viewer are like, all right, like, I'm getting wigged out and I don't want to be here anymore. It's not like you have to. It's not like you would be at somebody else's house, like at a friend's house, and have an anxiety attack or something, and then feel like you've got to be rude and be like, look, I got to leave, I'm freaking out, or, like, I just got really stressed out and I need to leave. It's not like that. You can leave whenever you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to explain to anybody. Anyway, I want to build a community that's inclusive like that, where people aren't afraid to be like, hey, you know what? I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm having a shitty day, and I would like to put my shit out there. And if you just want to use this community as a sounding board where you get it off your chest, a lot of times that's what I do. I come in here, and the vast majority of the time there's nobody watching, but I will speak about whatever's bothering me or whatever I'm finding interesting. I'll watch videos, I'll try to get into some games, and because this is the shit I'm doing anyway. This is what I'll do anyway in my free time, so I might as well kick on the camera and the mic, and maybe I can cheer somebody up for the day, or at least offer them advice if you need it. Or again, if you're just fucking bored and you're like, I'm gonna go watch this fucking idiot who I have no idea what he's doing. I come in here every day for 20 seconds, all he does is flap his fucking gums, and then I leave. At least you're stopping by, and that to me is, I appreciate that. I appreciate that shit. So anyway, and I'm open to suggestions too, for sure. Like on my channel, if you go to my Twitch channel, there's a suggestion box. And I know that like a lot of people will put that there, like by default, especially new creators. But I put it there with meaning behind it, because I want to know, what should I do differently? And as long as you're being kind, or at least trying to be kind about your suggestion, I will take it to heart, because I need to know. I need to know what it is that people want to see. And I think the biggest thing I'm struggling with is I need to play more games. I think the gaming content brings in people a lot. And maybe once I cultivate a larger community, a larger audience, then I can be more flexible about what I'm trying to accomplish with each stream, maybe set aside different days for different topics, but anyway, I want to bring that type of community together, and truthfully, like I said, my introduction to YouTube and Twitch has really opened my eyes to the benefits of the online content. And even though they're kind of parasocial relationships, they are still a relationship. And I guess depending on the psychologist, they can tell you whether or not it's healthy, But I think it is, man. I think it allows me to interact with people and not have to feel trapped in the event that all of a sudden I'm over it and I want to leave or not be there or not participate, Because I do get hit with stress out of the blue. And I think a lot of people do. So this kind of parasocial relationship allows me to be like, you know what, guys? Look, I'm so sorry. I know this is out of the blue, but I'm about to freak out. Like, I'm having anxiety issues right now, and I'm gonna log off, or I'm gonna take a step away, and I'll put on a video or whatever the fuck for you. So anyway, I think that's important. I think it's important to try to bring the audience in. I mean, because that's what we're here for, right? It's not just a dance monkey type thing where I'm like, hey, I'ma do shit. It's like, you just tell me what you find entertaining, and I'll fucking do it, man. If the IRL streams really take off way more than they already have, I got some equipment, man. We'll go out and about. I'll show you all of Chudstown, Anyway, when I was watching the YouTube video that was generated from my stream yesterday, I actually got to see, some of the tweaks and shit like that I'd be able to make. Because even though it's possible for me to say, pull up my stream while I'm streaming, I can't really pay attention to both. And, a lot of people will be like, well, nobody's fucking watching you anyway. What does it matter? Well, it's just a professionalism thing, man. So that's why I don't want to do it while I'm streaming. And then also, it allows me to identify those things that I need to tweak, like sound levels and shit like that, in order to improve the quality of the stream. I noticed, of course, that my internet is dog shit, which I'm sorry, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. So, like, my face in the camera ended up looking pixelated a lot, or losing resolution, and, you know, it's just my upload speed, man. My upload speed here is dog shit. I don't even have that great a download speed. And I would love to get some other provider in this fucking neighborhood that could provide us with a decent download upload speed, man. I think we're like... So we're paying for 200 megabytes per second for download speed, which in today's society ain't shit. I know that. I know that for sure. But it's good enough for what we need here. You know, we're not burning up the bandwidth by any stretch of the imagination. And I've never had to give a shit about the upload speed because I've never streamed. And I don't ever really have anything I need to upload to the internet. So it doesn't matter. But, you know, now it's like, even though there's not much of an audience for me, I enjoy doing this. Even when it's me just coming in here, running my mouth to myself for hours at a time. That's fine. That's fine, man. I find it therapeutic. I could go scream at the wall, you know, and find it therapeutic. But I know at some point people will be like, you know what, this dude's kind of funny. I'm gonna check him out. Because I promise you, there's nothing about me that I find appealing. Other than a couple things. Just like, there's like 2 things. And I am funny. Okay? I promise you I'm funny. Everything else you'll ever hear me say is self-deprecating. I don't like me as a whole. But I can be funny. Anybody that's known me for a while knows that. So I think I need to tap into that. I think I need to be more entertaining, funnier, what the fuck ever. You know, I've got to find a way to set myself apart from everyone else. And it's not like one of those things where you come in, you put together some fancy fucking theme, camera, microphone, and hit go live, and all of a sudden you've got fucking, you know, 100,000 people watching you. I know it takes years of work and time and energy being put into it to even get close to that, you know, but I'm going to get there eventually. I'm going to get there. I know I will. I know I will. Because again, it's been a long time. Shit, I'm trying to think the last time that I partook in any activity that I really enjoyed. And this is it. This is it. I can't remember what the last thing was that I did other than drugs. But I was like, you know what? This is the shit. This is really fun. Alright, so I'm going to start off just with, you know, whatever the news is. Of course, Ukraine is the hot topic right now, you know. So I'm going to take a look at whatever bullshit propaganda these guys are slinging. See if anything has really changed. Again, if volume levels need adjusted, I think I've gotten it better compared to previous days. I think everything was really quiet before, and I think I've got it worked out, or at least better. But if you're in here and you can't hear something, or something else is super loud, like my truly obnoxious fucking voice, let me know and I'll balance it out. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at this, see what the chud from... Oh, I'm sorry, he's not a chud. That's really offensive. He's at least a lib, I would say, or lib adjacent, right?
Actually, extraordinary development. Reports of a Ukrainian strike inside Russia, across the border. We have this new video which shows a fire at a fuel depot. This is in Russia, but near the Ukrainian border in the city of Belgorod. This is near the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Belgorod's governor claims that this fuel depot was attacked by 2 Ukrainian helicopters, which he says entered the territory flying at low altitude. Now, CNN cannot confirm this claim, but if true, it would be a significant development and a counterattack, a reprisal attack by the Ukrainians. The Russians have been attacking Ukraine's fuel depots for weeks.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop that for a second. That's fucking incredible. I mean, it's incredible and terrifying at the same time, right? Like, that's... Okay, I gotta give them props, dude. If this is legit and this is a credible report, the fact that the Ukrainians counterattacked in Russian territory... Oh my god, the fucking balls that these people possess are just fucking... They're gargantuan and made of solid steel. And I got nothing but love and respect for them for that. But... oh my god, Putin's going to be mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't give a fuck per se about Putin's feelings, but that is a significant escalation, especially in his mind, because, you know, in his mind, it's no, listen, I can attack you and brutalize you and your citizens, but don't you dare do it to mine. I know that's what's going on in his mind. It's what goes on in Americans' minds, you know, and our leadership. Just kind of like the Cuban Missile Crisis and shit like that, you know, where we had, you know, missiles aimed at the Soviet Union, but as soon as they tried to do it to us, you know, all of a sudden we freaked the fuck out. But anyway, you know, that's a side story, right? That's a side story. If this is true, oh my god. Like, oh my god, awesome. Because holy shit, you guys have got balls of fucking steel. But also, holy shit, Putin, please don't destroy the world. Right? Because that's a significant concern. That's got to be, or a legitimate concern. Is that he's not going to take kindly to that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fair game. It's fair game, dude. Fair is fair. If you're going to come in and attack our country, okay, and brutalize... I keep yanking on this, dude. If you're going to come into our country and blow up our shit and kill our people, it's fair game, dude. It's fair game for them to do the same to you. I can't believe, even though it's just across the border, I'm sure, you know, just inside of Russia, but I can't believe they were able to pull it off. Again, not confirmed yet, I don't think. I'm not sure how long ago this video was posted. I could probably look. Alright, well, okay, so it doesn't have a time. Can you imagine?
Moments ago, Russia did respond saying this could hurt the negotiations. We also know that Vladimir Putin has been informed of this incident. I want to go to Kyiv right now and bring in CNN's chief international...
He won't be happy, man.
For Christian, the breaking news, the reports of this Ukrainian airstrike from helicopters inside Russia at a fuel depot. What to make of this?
Well, first, it's important to know that...
Christian, have you changed your clothes since yesterday, sweetie?
The agency here has not commented on it. They don't want to talk about it as yet. Anyway, if it's, you know, if it's verified, it's, you know, it's a daring and bold attack. Of course, it's tit for tat. This is war. If Russia can attack...
It's tit for clit as far as I'm concerned.
Fuel depots, just like Russia did in Lviv, right? So that was all the way over to the west of Ukraine, where you are last week, and now this is by the border, precisely where they are. We're told, regrouping to really concentrate on that eastern Ukraine, Donbass region. Again, we don't know the full details, but if in fact it's proven to be as we've said it, and that the video seems to show, it would mean that Russia actually have control of those skies at that place, and nor apparently control of the skies yet here in the Ukraine area.
See, that's kind of what I was getting at, is even though the strike probably took place right inside the Russian border, right? You know, fuel depot as close to Ukrainian territory as you can possibly get. For them not to have been shot down, it's pretty incredible, right? Because as far as I know, Russia's got some pretty decent air defense systems, right? Maybe not like superb, but good enough to shoot down. I mean, because the Ukrainians have been shooting down, you know, the Russian helicopters, of course, with the javelins and those similar Stinger type missiles. And they've been, wrecking the Russian helicopters with that shit. You would expect that. And it's arrogance, isn't it? It's arrogance. It's Russia's fucking arrogance. And a couple of different things. I think it's arrogance, and there's so much disarray going on, from the Russian leadership. And they're so focused on trying not to get their ass cheeks clapped by Putin for making some stupid mistake that they're not paying attention to defenses, right? And who's in charge of overseeing Russian defenses, like internal defenses? Like, Putin's going to find some motherfucker to blame. I can guarantee you that. And he won't be seen ever again. It's just like I heard last week or something. A lot of high-ranking, Russian officials haven't been seen in like a month since this all started to go to shit. Have they been seen since this report? I don't know. I'll have to check into it. But truthfully, this is substantial, man. That's incredible that they were able to fucking go inside of Russia and launch anything. That's incredible. I'm sorry. It's likely going... Rusty Baby, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I was just talking about this attack that Ukraine just went inside, I guess, of Russian territory and blew up a fucking fuel depot, man. I cannot believe this shit. I'm sorry. I know it's not like that significant of a development, but truthfully, when you think of, Ukraine being on the defensive for as long as they have, and everybody is just of the mindset that eventually they're going to get rolled, and Russia's choking, right? They're not doing nearly as well as people had expected. And so they've become arrogant and complacent, and they're like, there's no way that Ukrainians would come into our territory and blow up anything. And it fucking happened, man. I hope this is 100% accurate. Like I said, I'm excited because of the boldness of it. And again, I think the majority of the world is on Ukraine's side, right? It's the David and Goliath situation. However, Putin is gonna be pissed, man. I mean, oh my God. That's the only downside to this, is he's gonna take it as not only this giant fuck up that his military commanders continue to perpetuate, but he's of the mindset, listen, it's okay for me to do it, but there's no way that you guys are allowed to come into my country and blow up my shit and kill my people. I mean, it's an eye for an eye as far as I'm concerned, but God damn it, I hope to God he doesn't start throwing nukes everywhere. I swear to God. That's what everybody's on edge about, and it's completely understandable. And I'm sitting here like, holy shit, at some point, Putin is going to be fed up. He's hyper masculine. He's just of the mindset that he cannot be defeated, and they are clapping his fucking cheeks. And now they're flying into Russia and blowing up his fucking fuel depots. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love it. I love everything about it.
Some troops, some forces and units are moving back from the Kyiv region, the capital, so important and symbolic, this place. Yes, we are still being threatened, harassed by Russian air and missiles. There were 2 very strong missile impacts just down here, really very close to where we are. And we're not sure of the strategic location, but it was in the downtown area. So that's that.
Russia responding moments ago to a purported airstrike by Ukrainian helicopters on a fuel depot. And this is in Russia. This is in a southern Russian city, Belgorod. The Russians saying that this could have a negative impact on negotiations. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense telling CNN it had no information about the incident. Joining us now is Kimberly Dozier, CNN Global Affairs analyst and Time Magazine contributor. It kind of floored me.
Yeah. Me too, bitch.
These Ukrainian helicopters, we believe, taking out a fuel depot inside Russia.
And it is actually one of the Biden administration's worst nightmares, because the more the Ukrainian forces fight back. So what we have here is...
Okay. So she's giving analysis on exactly, what I was alluding to. Like, it's not a good thing, per se. Because when you've got a fucking megalomaniac at the head of a large and mostly powerful army, or at least with a toy collection of nukes, then no, it's not good when he starts getting bitch slapped by what they think is a inferior force. It's not good. But by the same token, what do you expect them to do, man? Of course they're gonna fucking fight back. You want them just to sit there and take it and be like, yes sir, may I have another? No, dude. They're brutalizing innocent fucking people in Ukraine. And I'm not pro-Russia at all, but I still feel to a certain extent for the Russian soldiers who are going in there, young guys, whether they're conscripts or not, it's kind of been like back and forth reports about that. Or even the special forces, like the Chechens can get fucked as far as I'm concerned, but like I do feel for these young kids or guys who were just training and thought it was just a typical training exercise that they do on a regular basis. And then all of a sudden they get orders to fucking roll up on Ukraine. And they're like, wait, what? Because imagine that. And I was saying this yesterday. Okay, you're part of the Russian military. Okay, you're young or whatever. You volunteered and you're used to this training exercise that goes on the border of Ukraine fairly regularly from what I've heard. And so you say goodbye to your family. You're like, you know what? I'll be back in a couple weeks. It's no big deal. But then, when you're at this point where you're about ready to pack it up and you're almost done with the training and you think, fuck, it's awesome. I'm almost done and then I can go home and chill for a while. But instead of getting orders to pack it up and go home, you're told, no, you're not getting to go home. You actually have to go invade this fucking country. Like, I would be pissed. I mean, I don't care if I volunteer to be a member of this military. My commanders better not bullshit me. Okay? Like, I think that's very fucked up. Because not only were they misled about what they would be doing, they weren't given any advance notice about how long they might be gone, or, it's the difference between going on a military exercise for practice and going into a live invasion where you could easily get killed. Like, when I say goodbye to my family and prepare both mentally and physically for those two events, it looks very different, Like, oh, I'll be back, it's cool, I'm just going to go do some training or whatever, I'll be back soon. And it's nothing, right? Versus, oh my God, like, we're going to go invade this fucking country. Like, I might fucking die. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody because I might fuck. It's completely different, dude. Like, on a very real level. So, I do sympathize for the Russian soldiers. To an extent. I mean, again, they are just fucking boots on the ground robots, right? They pound out the questioning of authority very early on. I mean, we do that in our military too. To where you don't question what you're told. But you do see these reports of people being disobedient and not following the orders in the Russian military. Good. That's good, because I would do the same. And if I was in control of a tank and I could pop off a few rounds at my dipshit commander, I probably would too. But this is fucking incredible, man. Like I said, the Ukrainians and the dudes that did this, or ladies, that are involved, have fucking nuts of steel. Big ones, like the size of bowling balls, dude. Holy shit. Does that, really escalate the global conflict? Yeah. Am I completely mad about that? No. Because to me, I find it so fucking awesome that they had the gall to go into Russia and blow up even one of their fuel depots. Even if that's all they get, during the entire remainder of this conflict. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I'm telling you, I'm amped and pumped for these dudes and ladies over there, man. And imagine, you're just a normal Ukrainian soldier, or even citizen, and you're being brutalized by a more powerful force, a bully in Russia. And then you hear reports that your boys are rolling up into Russia and even tactically, sneakily blowing up some of their shit. That would be that would be a proud moment, for me if I were a resident or a citizen of Ukraine, because everybody's like, no, they're done, man. Stick a fork in them, like, even though we're supplying them with quite a bit of weaponry and shit like that, we're not giving them what they need to win the war, right? And I think that they've kind of come to that realization is, yeah, we can give you all the stingers and javelins and shit, and money. But when it comes to like the high advanced technology or the soldiers that you need to supplement your current forces, like that's what they really need to win the war. Let's say without nuclear involvement, right? To win like a conventional war, if you could take nukes out of the equation, they would need military personnel supplemented, whether it be through us or a NATO member, whatever the fuck. They'll need advanced planes, which we won't give them. We can't give them the good toys because a lot of different reasons, It would be an escalation in Putin's eyes, and we would become active combatants, and then it could turn to nuclear war. Or, God forbid we give them like our best of the best tech, and it falls into Russia's hands, and then they get to see, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of reasons, but goddamn, it's exciting to think that they are outmanned, outmatched, underfunded, not even having the same level of technology as Russia, and they're still slapping them up like a couple of fucking punks. Fucking Will Smith, dude. Will Smith.
They've come from here across to Belgorod, and if we look at the map of where the Russian forces are, you can see why. Belgorod and the fuel there is supplying all of the troops in this area. So, of course, the Ukrainian military wants to cut them off. The problem is, since the Ukrainians have been doing so well and the Russian military is on the back foot, the worry is that that will prompt Russia to do something violent, a la, Russia has said if it feels like it is threatened in the extreme, that's when it'll use tactical nuclear weapons and things like that. And yes, they want, the Biden administration wants the Ukrainians to be able to take back territory, but not go too far.
Because one of the things that we've repeatedly heard Russian officials say is if there's an existential threat to Russia, this is not an existential threat to Russia. This is an existential threat to Ukraine. Going into Russia, it's a cognitive leap that you can see them making.
But when you see pictures like this is the impact in the fuel depot after the strike. That will now get played across Russia as, look what the Ukrainian military is doing to us. That's a threat.
What's the effect of this on troops that may be relying on this fuel?
The Russian army has had logistics problems all along, so this isn't going to help. But since it's inside their territory, they should be able to pretty quickly, truck some fuel supplies in. But it could have a short-term effect. But it also shows us that there is stress on the Russian military system, which could explain why we've seen some withdrawals from this area, including withdrawals around the plant of Chernobyl that has made a bit of headlines overnight.
Yeah, certainly has. And we're going to talk about that ahead in the program. Kimberly, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it.
Dude, I'm so excited. Do I want to watch this? Do I want to pop this one off?
I want to go back to Fred Plake.
Yeah, might as well.
He
It's already rolling.
The first U.S. reporter to go into the war-torn suburb of Irpin and to film it with his team and his photojournalists. It became one of the hardest hit areas since the start of the war. So, Fred, what did you and your team say?
Yeah, Fred, tell us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Aaron. One of the hardest hit areas, and also, of course, the area where the Russians really tried to blast their way into the capital of Kiev, but they were confronted and held up by Ukrainian forces. Nevertheless, the place still under extreme and very intense shelling. We did manage to get in there today. It was very difficult. Let's have a look. There is no safe way to get into Irpin. The only feasible route is on the back of a police special forces pickup truck on dirt paths. But even here, the earth is scorched after Russian troops shelled the trail. Ukrainian forces are taking us into this area on back roads because they say taking the main roads is simply much too dangerous. They want to show us the damage done when Russian forces tried to enter Kiev.
I love how fucking silly these guys look whenever they're trying to record in their silly helmets. I know it's like, you gotta wear it, right, for protection, but these guys, some of them look exceptionally goofy.
Engulfed in smoke from artillery shelling. This is where Russian forces tried to push into Ukraine's capital, but were stopped and beaten back by the underdog Ukrainians.
God damn, dude, look at that shit.
Authorities say 50% of the city has been destroyed.
Looks like Detroit.
To us, that number seems like an understatement.
I'm sorry, I should have said. It looks like Gary. Gary, Indiana.
National police
I can say that because I'm from
again, but their forces frequently come under fire, the chief tells me. Just yesterday, our officers who were searching for dead bodies, they were shot at with mortars, he says. They had to lay under the bridge and wait for it to stop. But the grim task of finding and taking out the many dead continues. More than 24 on this day alone. Some have been laying in the streets for weeks and can only now be removed. When Russian forces invaded Ukraine, they quickly advanced on the capital Kiev, all the way to Irpin. Here, the Ukrainians stood and fought back. Vladimir Putin's army controlled large parts of Irpin, and the battle laid waste to much of this formerly wealthy suburb.
God damn, dude.
And
oh my God, why?
The epicenter where we find burned out Russian trucks and armored vehicles.
Some of these armored vehicles should not even be participating in this conflict. I'm sorry.
That there was a Russian armored vehicle which was completely annihilated.
God
you have to be
damn.
Careful around here because there still could be unexploded munitions.
Yeah, man. You're gonna accidentally step on some dumb shit one of these days, and
resident who said
that silly helmet's gonna go flying.
Arms when the Russians invaded. Always, there was not a single day when I left town, he says, even during the heaviest fighting. It must have been difficult, I ask. Just so you understand, he says, once there were 348 impacts in one area in one single hour.
Jesus, dude.
Here is not over. Suddenly, Irpin's mayor shows up with a group of special forces saying they're looking for Russians possibly still hiding here.
Fuck, and y'all been just cruising? I'm sorry, y'all just been walking around? I mean, it's okay, so there's some inherent risk, obviously, to cruising around a war zone, okay? Even in the context of it being, you know, seeming like the battle has somewhat subsided. And again, they're just cruising around, him and his goofy ass helmet, recording shit, right? And there's unexploded ordnance laying around, you know, like those cluster bombs that they like to throw at people. That, you know, little bomblets. I mean, I know that's what they call them, but little fucking bomblets come out of the bomb itself. Those little bomblets love to just lay idle and wait for some unsuspecting person to come walking along and sneeze at the wrong time. And they get fucking clapped up. So, it's funny to me that, you know, you've got like the mayor, background music, okay? That you get like the mayor of Irpin who just happens to cruise up and be like, what the fuck are you guys doing, man? Like, he's got special forces all the way around him. And he's like, oh, I'm a reporter from the U.S., man. I'm just coming to check in. And the guy's like, first of all, that helmet's fucking goofy. And second of all, there's still Russians hiding around here, man. Okay? We haven't secured the perimeter. All right? Like, you can't just do-do-do-do. Like, I appreciate, you know, some of these anchors and reporters. I guess the anchors are the ones who keep their pretty little asses inside the studio. But like the reporters that are willing to go out and into war zones like this, because then chuds like myself can see what's happening and make fun of his silly little helmet from the comfort and safety of my home in the United States. You get what I'm saying, man? Like, I appreciate the effort. I appreciate what he's doing. But by the same token, you are in a war zone. Okay? Goofy helmet and all, okay? You're in a war zone. You got to be careful, man. especially when the mayor's rolling around with his personal tactical bodyguards looking for Ruskies. I'm sorry, that's offensive. Not Ruskies. You know, Russians. They're soldiers.
I ask him how it's going. We're working, he says. There's information that there are 2 Russian soldiers dressed in civilian clothes, but with our group, we're going to clean them up. Ukrainian forces say
I can't believe the damage to this armored vehicle, dude.
Russian forces away from their capital. The deputy interior minister
That's an
said
entire vehicle annihilation.
What do you need from the United States?
Everything. Military support, first of all.
What a stupid question, man.
Ukrainians expel the invading army, they hope.
What they need is what we consistently refuse to give. And I'm not opposed to the fact that we're not giving it. I mean, I understand why.
See that.
Okay, I get it.
And I'm interested too, when you talk about the mayor showing up and they're looking for those 2 Russians, to his words, to clean them up with the special forces. How is the morale of the Ukrainian troops? Just seeing that destruction up close, killing people, and still having to fight in their own destroyed towns.
Yeah, having to fight in their own destroyed town, and having been in that destroyed town for such a long period of time, we were really surprised to see that the morale is extremely high. And I think one of the main reasons for that is that they just feel that they had this gigantic Goliath army that was trying to, basically just punch through their defenses, and they managed to push them back. And I do think that that's something that has given them a big morale boost.
Hell yeah, man. And they deserve it.
Know how to fight against the Russian army. They're capable of fighting against the Russian army. But, the Ukrainians have also taken some pretty big casualties, especially in that fight north of Kiev as well. And they're under no illusions that it's something that's going to go on.
Right.
That fight is not over.
I'm going to put on something different, and I got to go help my mama bring some stuff in.
Something that's pretty tough to deal with. But
this one's only 4 minutes long, but
for Vladimir Putin's next
I'll be
move
back in just a second.
My next guest
Hang out with me.
Comes to
I
US
promise I'll
claims
come
Putin
back.
has been misinformed by advisors about just how badly the Russian military is doing. There is, quote, no bigger insult to Putin, who, of course, was once a KGB agent himself. So joining me now, Russia and cybersecurity expert Dmitry Alperovich. Dmitry, good to have you on this morning.
Thank you.
First, I want to begin with your sense of the situation on the battlefield right now, because you do have evidence that Russian forces, at least for now, redeploying from around Kyiv to the east and southern parts of the country. But you have President Putin now announcing a draft, presumably to send more forces into Ukraine. Do you view this as a short-term tactical shift by Russia to the east and the south, or longer-term shrinkage of Russian ambitions in Ukraine?
No, I think there's no question that they have to shrink their ambitions. They know they can't take Kiev. They know they can't occupy the whole country. Their forces are exhausted. Most of their ground forces have been committed to Ukraine, so they have to rotate them out. The draft is not going to help in the short term. Most of these conscripts need to be trained before they're sent in to fight. So he's going to have a real problem on his hands, and he needs to shrink the ambitions just to the Donbass, and even that is in question whether he can actually take that whole area.
A fascinating aspect of this war from the beginning has been the information aspect of this. One piece of that has been the U.S. Releasing so much intelligence about Russian planning prior, about Russian plans for false flag attacks to kind of undermine Russian information operations. Now we have the Defense Department declassifying, in effect, intelligence about what senior advisors are telling or not telling Vladimir Putin. And you say this is a fascinating strategy. Tell us why.
It has been absolutely remarkable to watch this. The fact that we're declassifying some of the most sensitive intelligence we probably have, learning what the advisors are telling Putin. Imagine the type of access that we have to know that, and frankly, the sources and methods that we're putting at risk to do that. But it is messing with his head. As I said, there's no bigger insult to a KGB officer, former KGB officer, than to tell him that he's misinformed about his own military and his own war. Even calling him a butcher, he probably considers that some sort of twisted praise. But calling him misinformed, he's really upset about that.
Does not want to be called dumb, certainly. Another thing that many of us, and I know yourself as well, have been watching is how the Russian public is reacting to this. Now, we have to grant that it's a largely closed information environment. They don't see the facts, certainly on Russian media, and so much has been chased out of the country, the few independent outlets remaining. There's a new poll from the Russian independent pollster Levada, which has had some accuracy in terms of measuring Russian public opinion in the past, and it shows that Putin's support has actually increased since the start of the invasion. And I wonder how you read those numbers. Do you believe that's an accurate reflection of Russian public opinion?
I do believe it. I think you have sort of rallying around the flag effect that's taking place right now, closing ranks to consolidate around the president, the wartime president. For many Russians, the propaganda, of course, is in full swing, touting not just the Russian successes on the battlefield, alleged successes, but also touting the fact that Ukrainians are building nuclear weapons and have biolabs, all the nonsense that they're pushing out. And many people are believing it.
Yeah. Russia has a history of hiding or attempting to hide or punishing people for acknowledging military losses, including families who've lost their sons in war. The Russian personnel losses are off the charts in this war. Even the low-end estimates already outpace U.S. losses in Iraq and Afghanistan combined in 20 years, and it's already approaching Russian losses in Afghanistan in its invasion in the 1980s over the course of nearly a decade here. Can Putin hide those losses from the Russian people?
No, and they've tried in the past to classify the losses, to tell the parents that if they disclose that their sons have died in the wars, that they'll be prosecuted under revelations of state secrets. But you can't hide something this massive, particularly when you have general officers that have been killed. But the problem, of course, is that propaganda is working. You hear from parents of dead soldiers saying that they believe that their sons have died for a righteous cause. So it's not yet having a corrosion effect and an impact on Putin's popularity.
Today, we learned that in March, our economy created 431,000 jobs. Nice sound to it. We also learned that in January and February, our economy created 100,000 more jobs than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%. Down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate in America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this rescue plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, will get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming.
Let's go, Brandon.
Moody's estimated that because of the rescue plan,
it's funny, this background music playing along with Brandon's video.
Unemployment is 2% lower.
It kind of like juxtaposed to one another.
Failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year. 4,000 in every single state in America. Total of 4,000, and all
like that.
States rebuilding America.
Sorry, I got some lunch. So we're gonna watch some videos while I stuff my gob.
And resilient.
But I love how this little disclaimer, or what is it, a qualifier? That's what it is. Their highlight that Biden speaks. Okay, as jobless rate hits new pandemic low. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's like during the pandemic, you know, this is the lowest rate of joblessness that we've had since the world caught on fire. That's good. I mean, it's like moving in the right direction, right?
Dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs.
My fucking cat, dude. I'm gonna
mistreated and paid too little.
Anytime, right? Even if I just fed him. Anytime human food rolls up, he's right next to me, dude.
Some people see that as a problem.
He's almost as fat as I am.
In the past, I don't.
Got some Steak and Shake. You guys ever had Steak and Shake?
So when you hear these numbers,
it's good shit.
They're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for.
Maybe this background music will keep Brandon awake for the whole speech.
Bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our...
Okay, and this was something I was talking with my parents about the other day, at least my mom, is I remember this happening before, maybe when Obama was president, but I know that the gas prices started to get out of control at some point, and that he released reserve barrels into our economy to try to soften the gas prices. Let it be known that they could do that all the time, okay? They could just constantly be pushing some of our reserve barrels into our supply stream to reduce gas prices, but they don't. Okay? Because we're too busy sending it to other places and selling it off rather than just using it here in our own country. I mean, we could, right? I mean, I'm not like an expert in economics or anything like that, but instead of like manufacturing it and then selling it or having foreign entities bidding against us for our oil, right? We could, like, I don't know, nationalize the oil and gas production, right? And have the government be like, nah, fam. You can't charge more than $3 a gallon. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're going to have to forego buying your second yacht for this year. Dude, I'm going to bop you. I'm going to bop you for real. On the realness. I haven't even got to bite my burger yet. And he's already... This is his paw. This is his paw on my leg. Like this. He's just constant, dude. It's like whenever you're young and like your older brother's like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Except he is touching me. Okay, I guess this is a better comparison. It's like when your brother just keeps poking you. It's like, what? What? Are you mad? Are you mad? Why? Is this annoying? Am I annoying you? I didn't think I was so annoying. Is this annoying you? And then you want to fucking strangle them? Where'd you go? Now I don't even know where you went. All right, let's listen. Let's listen to what Brandon has to say.
Our national reserves and our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies.
Incredible how they can do that at a moment's notice.
Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year. Every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year...
Hold up, I got to run that back. Did he choke on that number?
$1 billion. We cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit.
I feel like just during his time as president, we've witnessed live on television 4 strokes.
$1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's
billion.
Important now, as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies
Just the facts, Brandon.
management led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, That's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But economic growth dollars over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something
Stroke number 5.
administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make
most of them are mini strokes, but they still count.
Super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country. Maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure.
You should give a number, Brandon.
They average less than 1%. But my point is,
yeah, but they control how much of the total wealth?
8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question, just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all, that's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
What about inflation? We're on inflation outpacing wages, Mr. President.
Facing criminal charges.
All right, just listening to the last bit of that there. Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Baldwin. That was President Biden speaking about the March jobs report. As he said, the U.S. economy adding 431,000 jobs, the unemployment rate falling to a pandemic-era low. Let me bring in now, following the president, CNN White House correspondent John Harwood and CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar, of course. She's a global columnist and associate editor at the Financial Times. John, the president there clearly happy about this report.
He's very happy.
Was he happy? I couldn't tell. The left side of his face kept drooping.
Pace at which unemployment has declined since the double-digit heights of the pandemic and since he became president. All of that is good news. The challenge is that unlike recent presidents who have not had a big inflation problem to deal with, Joe Biden does, and so the economy needs very high volumes of jobs added to keep up with the demand for goods and services. We see wages rising, but they're still not keeping up with the level of inflation, and the danger is the longer this goes on, the more that inflation could get entrenched in the economy and be a long-term problem.
He's got a B on his shoulder. You see that?
Job growth, these are numbers.
He has a B on his shoulder.
The last generation would celebrate, and job growth continues to be strong throughout the Biden administration.
Another thing, Rana, that the president talked about was the upward revision, 95,000 for the previous 2 months of the year. How does that add to this story?
Do you think if he knew there was a bee on his shoulder that he would wig out?
This is a pretty
like
good report.
Maybe he's like allergic to bees.
There's no doubt about that, and as John said, that's going to contribute to inflation. But it's a balancing act, right? I mean, people need more money in their pockets, and so a little bit of wage inflation is not a bad thing. The question is, does it spiral into other areas? I think that what this administration is trying to do is do everything it can with the release of strategic petroleum reserves, trying to get companies to work together to solve supply chain issues. They're trying to tampen down inflation in the bad parts of the economy, but still make sure that you have an economy that works for working people, which is, a big plank for this administration, work not wealth. And you heard that echoed as well with the message about taxes for billionaires, everybody paying their fair share. All in all, this is a good jobs report. It's hot, but it's not too hot.
Like, it's tepid, I'm sorry, I'm still like chewing into the mic. This stuff's really good. Alright, I'm done though. God damn, son. So, what I wanted to say, in terms of like inflation and shit like that we're dealing with, again, economics was never my strong suit. And I'll never claim to be an expert on it, but, we're still just falling short in what we're paying people. Like wages, cost, what we're paying out our employees per hour, isn't sufficient across the board. All right. So we were already at a disadvantage before this whole inflation bullshit started taking. Oh God, I'm dying. That was a heart attack. We'll count Brandon's strokes. We'll count my heart attacks. That's one for me. But okay, so ultimately we need to work on that. And I think in a big way, this wage gap, right, that has existed between what people get paid per hour versus the cost of living. I mean, it's just going up exponentially. Okay, oh look, it's me. It's going up exponentially year over year, and it's getting talked about less and less. And that's the main problem that I see, is because we have to address that at a fundamental level. And while capitalism, like most, organizations or ways that you can organize society, is great in theory, right? And a big part of it has been where it fosters competition and those kinds of things. That is great because it promotes innovation. Okay? However, the capacity for people to compete and organizations and companies to compete has really dropped, because when you have any sort of idea or innovation, some mega corporation comes in and buys it up and then starts producing the same thing. It's like Amazon, like I was talking about with my mom. Amazon does this. They organize this massive distribution hub, right, all across the country and all across the world. And then they would offer small vendors or people who had come up with a unique product the opportunity to sell on their marketplace. And then, as a small owner of a company, of a small business, and you've got like this cool idea for a product, the invitation to be able to sell on Amazon's marketplace is hugely enticing. So you get super psyched. You're like, hell yeah, man, I'll do that. And then Amazon, gets a hold of your products, reverse engineers it, makes their own version, sells it for way less than yours, and all of a sudden you're fucking done, man. And so it's not the same exact blueprint, but it's similar. Okay? Because what's happened is the pursuit for enormous amounts of wealth are causing people to do more and more shady shit. And then just get away with it under the guise of, well, it's capitalism, baby. Survival of the fittest. No, that's Darwinism. That's not capitalism. That's a whole different thing. I don't think you read the same science book I did. But so it's, again, in theory, capitalism's great. I mean, it's all right. It promotes certain things that we find enticing, that we think are going to be great for products and services and the country as a whole, and can help us grow, right? But then at a certain point, it just becomes corrupt and shady. And it's not the type of system that is concerned for the little guy or concerned for anyone's well-being. I mean, truly. It just ends up being pursuit of more and 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 more money. And it's not, I guess that's what really blows my mind about it, and what I'm always bitching about, is it's not just like the pursuit of a decent amount of income, right? It's not just enough to pay your bills. And I understand that some people, some individuals have more bills than other individuals. Some families have more bills than other families. But that's all reasonable. I mean, for the most part, I would say reasonable expenses are reasonable. And you've got to have enough income to not only pay those bills, but then to be able to enjoy life as well, right? Maybe have a little bit extra to take a vacation once every few years, or, you know, like little shit like that. Have an extra $500 that you can go gamble away at a casino and not have to worry about keeping the lights on. But very few people make that level of income. And those that do make that level of income make absurd amounts beyond that comfortable level. Like several times the amount that you would need to live a comfortable life. They have a whole different set of worries, you know, and none of them are, holy shit, how am I going to be able to make my car payment for this month, you know? And that's the problem with capitalism. That's the problem with today's capitalism. And in a lot of ways, yeah, it allowed this country to evolve, I guess, in industries at a quicker pace than some other countries did. But I also attribute a lot of the progress that we made, not necessarily to capitalism, but I attribute it to how we are a melting pot. We, at one point, allowed people from everywhere to come immigrate. And so it brought in ideas and intelligence and expertise from all over the world into this one country. And we all latched onto that. We all utilized information from different parts of the world to make a great industry, you know, various different industries, you know, not just manufacturing necessarily, but a lot of really good innovations were made in this country because of the vast array of intelligence that we had. And we had a melting pot of people, all different kinds of people, all different cultures, all different races, and all of them brought the knowledge that they had with them, you know? And I think that doesn't get any credit for how we were able to advance as quickly as we did as a country. But now it's like we've evolved a lot. I mean, I say evolved. We've advanced a lot in industries, right? And in a lot of innovation and shit like that. But a lot of ways, societally, we're kind of moving backwards. We're not allowing certain things to progress, or there's a lot of people that don't want it to progress. These reactionary type people. Go back to the good old days and all that shit, you know, that's what they say. But that's wrong. You don't want to think that. That you shouldn't think that. You should always want your country to get better. In every way, shape, and form. So I don't put as much stock in capitalism being the end-all, be-all reason that we were able to advance our country as fast as we were. Because if we continue to rely on it as the end-all, be-all reason, then we are just as quickly going to disappear into the dust. Just as quickly as we rose and evolved, we're going to disappear into the dust. It could be the fall of this country, honestly, if we don't shape up. Like it's very clear what needs to change. I mean, in the minds of most people, a lot of more liberal, progressive type people, I think. So, anyway. All right, let's check in on Sam Cedar, see what he's got going on April Fool's Day. God
People
damn,
get
dude, it's just
roughly the same coverage. or
sweatshirt is just tucking into all my folds.
now
I
you
am so
have
sorry. I
companies
apologize to any
who's
audience member out
invested
there.
in trying to prevent you from getting treatment, because then they're going to have to pay for it. Whereas Medicare is much more straightforward. Fee for service. You need service. As long as the doctors wants to give you the service, they're basically going to pay for it. They audit here and there to try to keep fraud down, but it's not their job to deny you coverage, which is
This man's got a cat on his lap.
That's the job.
That's
of
adorable as hell.
Insurance industry.
Or your cat.
I'm sorry. You cannot get mad at that man.
That's a giant cat.
You cannot disagree with this man right now.
People are clear. I mean, on some level.
Look at the kitty, dude. I'm so sorry. I turn into such a punk bitch whenever I see cats or dogs or whatever.
We're gonna have Spanish classes and art classes.
And so the money comes out of Medicare. It goes into this Medicare Advantage, and you pay a little.
He's
bit
trying to have a legitimate, serious academic discussion, and he's just got pussy in his lap. You know?
As an individual, you're not.
I'm gonna bottom the barrel type comedy. Yeah, he's got pussy in his lap. You heard me right.
You might be out of your network. You might not be able to. They're going to screw you in other ways, but up front, they're usually going to take care of you.
And they're saying they're offering more services. What it appears that way, because what they have done, unbeknownst to you, is actually essentially said to Medicare, you know what? It turns out that,
God damn, dude, that's so funny.
Than we thought.
I don't know how they do it. They get so wrapped up.
We're going to bill Medicare
in earbuds and shit like that. It's so funny.
And out of that, we're going to offer vision and dental, and that'll probably cost us maybe $1,500 at most.
I ain't changed my batteries. Hold on.
An extra $3,500 on top, or $2,500 on top of what we had already anticipated in making on the 12,000, which may have been another couple of grand or whatever it is. And when Democrats cut those payments in 2010, I think it was, with Obamacare, you had Republicans, and it basically didn't change anything. The services you got from Medicare Advantage were the same at that point, because it was basically realized we're not billing them. And then Republicans attacked the Democrats. I mean, this is the problem with these
cutting Medicare, right?
This is the same. The analogy is sort of the charter schools. Some of it may have been a good idea at the beginning, but inevitably, when you have the profit motive in there, it metastasizes and begins to sort of undercut the viability of the primary program.
And there's another similarity in the way that they both treat desperate people. People need healthcare, people need education, and also both populations have an asymmetric relationship with the information. So the charter school's going to hire consultants that are going to figure out the ways to get the most money out of the state or out of the city, and to bust the unions and everything else. Whereas all as a parent is you can look at the test scores online and say okay, this seems decent. Whereas and the same with in the insurance industry, you're at a real disadvantage trying to compete with the armies of accountants and lawyers and marketers and everything that you're up against.
So how does what does the Biden administration do about this if they decide that they want to do something about it? I mean, I feel like the lesson that Democrats probably learned is we can't cut Medicare Advantage or they're going to run against us. They've done such a poor job, Democrats, of associating themselves with the positive aspects of these programs, because and I think in many respects,
they have done a poor job of everything, dude. I mean, for real, they haven't emphasized the positives of anything that they've done. And let's be real. The positives of what they've done have been few and far between. Even though, Build Back Better or whatever it was, and a lot of the policies that were being touted as part of that were getting some pretty overwhelming support, right, amongst the normal population. It was things that we wanted as citizens. And then it was just stripped of everything that made it identifiable, to where it's just like, it became useless. You know, it just, yeah. What have you done? Like, I want to talk about it. I want to talk about, what do you think you've gotten done, President Brandon? And all the, like, what have you done? Seriously, what should we, if we are going to write down a list of positives and negatives, progress, let's just make one single column, progress. We'll call the column progress. What should I write in it? Because I don't know. I don't know what to write in it. Because it's like, even if you come up with something that you think is progress, it's a hollow shell of what it was when it was initially proposed. It's not meaningful change. It's not meaningful legislation. And truthfully, it's like, at this point, anything you put out there is, they're probably going to try to get rid of it, you know, whenever they take back control. Even the little spittles of bullshit that you've gotten done, useless. Oh, my camera just decided it wanted to brighten up and then go back to normal there. She's getting a little excited. I think she's pissed at me. She must be a dim. Like an establishment dim. Are you an establishment Democrat, Cameron? I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to put you down like that. But I think that, you know, the squad would probably feel the same. I think the squad, like AOC, she gets caught up trying to toe the party line. You know, she's got to say positive things, right? She has got to dig deep to find those elements that she can write down as accomplishments, not only to, you know, potentially win re-election for herself whenever it comes about, but to convince people that the party in power currently is the party that we want to keep in power. But, you know, behind closed doors, I'm sure she's like, listen, we haven't done dick. Maybe she even says that in the public, you know, whenever she's being interviewed straight up. But I just have a hard time writing down anything that's positive, man. I mean, anything meaningful has been just stripped away of any of the legislation that's been proposed. It's just doesn't mean shit anymore. You know, and it, again, a lot of the shit was supported by the vast majority of the population. A lot of the provisions that were in it. And now it's just, it's gone, man. Did they even pass it? I mean, that's the thing, is I don't even know if it got passed. Because if it did, it was such a small victory. I wouldn't even call it a victory. It was like neutral. I don't know, man. Like that, you can't write down things that they got done. And again, that's the problem, right? Because when you come up to like the midterms, you know, that are coming up, people aren't seeing the value in keeping this party in power. They're not seeing why. Why should I? Like, it's been such a short period of time, right? But in that short period of time, they've done a lot of bad things, or even just from an optics standpoint, you know, like in legacy media or whatever, it's been, you know, pushed as negative shit, even if it was more neutral or not necessarily negative. I don't know. I don't really follow it super closely. All I know is the positives, the positive things that we were being told were going to occur as a result of this president and the majority in the, you know, House and Senate. Those things did not occur. So again, you just fall into the typical politician category, which is empty fucking promises, man. Like, you guys say this shit all the time, that you're going to do this, this, and this, and this, and you don't get it done. So, what good are you? You know, the other side might be completely insane, but at least they get the shit done that they say they're going to do. You know? Which is more than you motherfuckers can say. I don't know. I get tired of it. You know, the wheel spins and spins and spins. And it's just, oh, well, hey, you know, we're going to do this. And we're going to get this done. And it's going to be epic. And you guys are going to see these huge lasting benefits within yourselves and your families. And you're going to be able to make it instead of just barely scraping by from paycheck to paycheck. And then they get into office and it's like, well, you know, we were going to. But then we got to thinking about it and we're like, God, that's going to be so expensive. And it might not even be, you know, the party that gets into power that are the ones who are bitching about, say, the cost, because they weren't. I mean, they were. The Kirsten Sinemas and Joe Manchins, who claim to be Democrats, are the ones bitching about the cost. I mean, along with chuds on the right side. But, you know, they were the ones that really threw a wrench in a lot of it. And again, it was because, you know, people were fucking paying them. I'm sure they were getting paid to say no to whatever. I think Cinema was like in the pocket of Big Pharma or some shit like that. You know, like there were negative ramifications to their income. Okay, if this shit got passed and they didn't want to do it. And that's politics, baby. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. And it got nothing to do with trying to improve the country. It got nothing to do with trying to pass meaningful policy that's going to improve the lives of the citizens. It's all about money, baby. Capitalism. Okay? How much you going to pay me for my vote? And that's the shit that has got to fucking stop, man. I swear to God, it's gotten out of control.
Including related to, so you laid out all of that insane corruption. Then later, as governor, he pushed for and successfully got a rate increase on his own neighborhood, like his people, not just West Virginians, but particularly his home base. He pushed through a rate increase. So people every single month were paying money, extra money, for this gob that he was pumping out of the ground and then getting 1% on the other end.
Yes, it's amazing. Like, he's like, every dollar that he approved, he would get a penny of that back.
Just from that, and then he was also selling it, right?
And he was selling it all in the first place.
And without the rate increase,
got the rate increase.
What's up, Noni?
We're using substandard.
I miss you too, man.
So we need to increase our rate.
Right. I'm doing all right today, actually. I'm talking about, you know, some political bullshit, which I know you love to hear.
His whole operation would not have been financial.
No, man, I was just talking about initially. Whenever I got on here, I was just talking about a video.
So have you
that I just seen from CNN where I guess the guys in Ukraine, you know, they dispatched a couple of their military helicopters and flew over the border to Russia and blew up one of their fuel depots.
Looked into this, then became like,
dude, I was fucking pumped. Again, pumped to a certain respect because it's awesome that like they're counterattacking, right? But also freaked out because at some point Putin's going to be like, nah, fam. Like, it's okay for me to brutalize you in your country, but you can't do it to my country, you know? 'Cause he's a psychopath. Like, so you have to worry about that to a certain extent, you know? Because at some point he's going to start lobbing nukes.
Corruption level of it,
and that's when this shit really starts to get bad.
Like, this is
so hopefully that doesn't occur, you know.
US, we do our corruption
hopefully that doesn't occur
in a sophisticated way where we call
and then I just started watching Sam Cedar just for a few minutes.
People after they've done their jobs.
Kind of hear what the hell they're talking about, but it kind of goes along with what I was saying. I was talking about capitalism in general and how, in theory, it's a great idea, but it's just gotten so out of control that it's not accomplishing the things that it used to. Whenever we used to be like, yay, raw capitalism, because it would promote competition and shit like that. Yeah, man, I'm excited to see that. Yeah, I appreciate you noticing that, honestly. You know, it's I'm putting in the time. I know there's things that I need to change, you know, and I'm trying. Like today, I'm trying to be a little bit more entertaining and energetic, you know. I was watching yesterday. I did a multi-stream where it was like I did both Twitch and then it was also on YouTube as well.
Everywhere.
And it's kind of cool because I need to go in, and I actually have a friend who offered to do some editing, and maybe he could trim it down for me. But it takes the stream and makes it into a video.
No.
So it'll broadcast live on YouTube as well when I'm live, but then it just goes up as a video. And as I was watching, I was like, man,
Little media.
if I were me and I were watching me, I'd be like, this is
the one
that
had to bust.
this is something I'd watch when I want to go to sleep.
Faking.
Like I'm trying not to bust my balls too hard, but
Master's degree,
I guess the portion that I was watching, it was just more
In terms of like
laid back and quiet, and my usual calm voice. And
do you think that we're going to be political?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think that, especially in the beginning, when you're trying to, cultivate an audience, that people enjoy your content, you just have better results when you're entertaining, and what's funny about it to me is that is who I am. Like, it's been a long time since I've really embraced that part of my personality, because I used to be really outgoing. I used to be very social. I love making jokes and entertaining people and stuff like that. There was a period of time in my life where I wanted to be like a stand-up comedian, and I think back to that and I'm like, man, and it's probably just because I've gotten older, but I've definitely mellowed out, which is good to a certain extent, when I became a dad and stuff. But then again, it's like, just in my personality in general, whenever I'm having the most fun is like when little glimpses of that part of my personality start to come out. Like if Lily and I are shooting the shit and talking about something that's funny and we're both cracking up laughing, like that part of my personality is coming back out, and it really makes me feel good. So it's weird because, in a certain extent, the reason why I stopped doing that is because of my self-consciousness. I lost any confidence that I had a long time ago, and so it's essentially been me just like the little scared mouse that kind of keeps his head down and stays quiet, because you don't want to rock the boat, don't want to make the waves, you don't want to upset anybody. And so yeah, it all kind of was a cascading effect where you get anxiety, and so then you get afraid of certain scenarios, and again, it just became debilitating. So it's nice in my opinion, because streaming offers me an avenue to where I can try to heal, as crazy as that might sound. There's shit about my personality that I wish I still embraced, and I'm getting back to that little by little. So,
is that right?
But yeah, I appreciate you noticing that. I'm excited to see it. I think one of them, at least, if not more of them, was like a bot. Some guy came in yesterday, and you'll see the messages. I usually try to delete them as quick as I can, but
Talking about how dare you on this.
they'll come in and post a message about some website where I can buy followers and shit.
You get told.
And it's like, but like one of them followed me in order to post that.
Or something.
And here is the fundamental dilemma right now that the Democrats have is that.
Oh yeah.
What I've just said.
That's right. You're going on vacation.
What's the difference in terms of like a Supreme
12 hours, man. Yeah, because it's what, 1 a.m. at your place where you're at? Because that's right, isn't it? It's like 12-hour difference.
Of getting.
Holy shit, man! That'd be awesome.
Funding the government, getting most of the.
If I start around 9 or 10, I might be able to do that. I might be able to, because it's Friday, right? Yeah. I might just do that.
Yeah, again, a failure.
Just for you, man. Just for you. But yeah, that's exciting, man. That's really awesome. Vacations are good. They're good for resetting the soul, You gotta have that. I was just talking about that before you got in here too, or bitching. It's what I do best. But in terms of like income and what people get paid,
Do I have to give you
like even us back in the day, we were considered like an upper middle class, but now we can't even afford to go on even like a mild vacation. It's crazy. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure the Wi-Fi is good at the hotel. That's one of those things these days. If you run a hotel, you better at least have decent Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it.
If they
I remember,
discipline, it would be
like one time I stayed at a hotel and we were checking in, and it was like they immediately. That's the first thing I do because I always carry my laptop with me whenever I go. If I happen to go on a vacation or a short trip or something. And like immediately I get in there and I'm like, okay, hey, what's the, got to call down the front desk because normally they write it on your room key or the little cardboard or envelope it comes in with the Wi-Fi and the password is, and it wasn't on there. So I called down the front desk and I was like, hey, what's your Wi-Fi password?
Mansion type figure.
And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, our Wi-Fi isn't working right now. And I was like, no. I was like, you better be fucking playing me because right now I'm about to check out. I'm about to check out real fucking fast,
What do you want for being a swing vote?
No.
There's going to be a
because, furthermore,
needless weapon.
okay, aside from like gaming or shit like that,
Who's gonna
I don't watch regular TV. Like it's YouTube, Twitch, online type content. And if I cannot have access to the internet, I turn into like a 12-year-old girl, dude. Kicking and screaming.
A little bit bleak.
Like, you motherfuckers better give me some Wi-Fi.
It's not nearly
Which I guess,
as it looked
it was okay at the time because they were able to get it fixed. And during that period of time that I was down, I still had my cell phone and, had wireless internet access, but through the data network. But you motherfuckers better fix the router, I swear to God. Swear to God.
But very much in terms of like
That will enrage me quicker than anything else, I promise you.
numbers are just so bad, and I just don't know what the
That
Democrats.
was one thing I was noticing too is,
they've got to do this final package.
truthfully, you've heard me bitch about it before. The internet at my place sucks, and like the download speed is like all right, but the upload speed is garbage. And I definitely noticed that yesterday whenever I was looking back over my stream. It's like my face gets all pixelated and shit sometimes just because that upload speed is garbage. I remember last year when I checked in on the hotel, I broke down on the second day. Should I have to walk the stairs for like 2 days? Not bad though.
Like this,
7th floor?
even so let's say if Fetterman can win in a normal year, now he's got like a 6-point headwind.
I'm sure probably not bad for you, man.
I'm sure.
Goddamn, I'd have to take a break at floor number 4.
And George Kelly.
I need a bottle of water midway,
to have people who
or a little cup of water like it's a marathon.
don't expect to have.
They better have
Michael Bennett and
a marathon assistant
Duckworth in Illinois.
on floor number 4 with a Dixie cup full of water for me. 2 of them, because I drink one and pour the other one over my head. I remember it was like that when I was in college, and the dorms, they thought they were fucking funny because the dorms went up to like floor 12, and yeah, I think I told you about this. We were talking about ghost stories, and like the top floors were closed off and vacant, but the elevator only went from floor 1 to floor 6, and if you stayed on 7, 8, 9, or 10, I guess you had to take the elevator to 6 and then walk up the rest.
Rising or no? You're.
No, they're still working out the details. But it looks
I guess at that time I was actually in shape though, so it wasn't that bad. But
to do a Friday show, we'll
how
it shakes out.
Oh shit! I was just about to crank up some of them scary videos too. Damn.
People could tune into you.
Some good ones that originate out of the Philippines too, man. You'd probably love them.
Incredible programming.
Well,
I feel like it was maybe the Philippines, and I'll just kind of explain this one.
Thanks so much for your time
It
today.
is not spooky per se. I mean, it is whenever you watch it, but it was part of one of those compilation videos. But it was like he was like a nighttime security worker at some place. I think it was a school because they were separate classrooms or whatever. But the entrance door to each of the classrooms was outside. You know, like the difference between like a motel and a hotel. Like a hotel, the entrance to the rooms is on the inside, and a motel, it's like the entrance to each room is on the outside. So for some reason in this school, it was like an elementary school, I think, and the doors to each classroom were on the outside of each building. And it was like he just started recording, you know, because he was hearing some weird shit and he wanted to go check it out. And of course, it's nighttime. And you hear like shit sliding around almost, sound like stuff getting dragged. and he goes and he like is looking in the window of one of these classrooms, and you can see the desks and the chairs kind of set up, you know, organized in neat little rows and columns and shit. And it's almost like you could hear somebody walking around inside of it. And the windows, they weren't like the solid pane glass windows like you normally see. They were those windows that you could like open them up to vent. They were like, but they had the horizontal vents, you know what I mean? And you could, anyway. So those were like open to allow ventilation into the room. So when you looked inside the room, I mean, you could clearly see these desks and these chairs and stuff. You could hear somebody, it sounded like they were walking inside the room, but you couldn't see anybody. And then as he's talking about like the weird sounds that he was hearing, like you see like the desks, like several of them start scooting across the floor, like towards him, you know, and he's standing right outside the window. And of course he jumps back like, what the fuck? And he opens the door to the room, and like all the desks and chairs start like scooting towards him, like they're all going to attack his ass. It's pretty creepy to watch, but by the same token, it's like, it's funny because it's one of those things that you would see on like a parody where, you know, people are making fun of hauntings and stuff. Like, but yeah, it was kind of spooky, man. It was kind of spooky because my mind goes towards trying to figure out how, if you were going to fake it, how you would do it, like how it would be possible to fake it, you know? Because I'm a fervent believer, and you know, you've heard me say it, in ghosts and spirits and shit like that. So because of that, I want to try to call bullshit on the people who are pretending and who aren't being honest about it. Because I think that if there's ever any chance that the shit's going to be taken seriously, like as an actual science, then you can't have people making fake shit, right? And we're already going to have a hard enough time getting it accepted as like actual science, you know? But so immediately that's where my mind goes to. And I think in the case of like an ass ton of desks, and they're like, you know, heavy wooden, like the old school style, not the ones, well, maybe they were kind of the newer ones, but you get what I'm saying? Like, you would have to attach like real durable fishing line to each of those desks, you know, and just have one of your buddies like pulling it, you know. And I don't think one person could pull all these desks, dude. There was like 30 of them, and even though they're small, like individual desks, I don't think one person could haul all of them at the same time. So immediately that's what my mind goes to. And if I can't quickly think of a way that it would be feasible to make that shit fake or fake it, then I'm like, all right, well, you know, it's kind of feasible, I guess. Although some people have gotten so good at like manipulating that shit digitally, like through Premiere Pro and, you know, different programs that you can use to alter footage and shit, that sometimes you could just do it with the computer these days. It's getting hard to tell, especially whenever they do what they normally do, which is every bit of like paranormal evidence these days is like fucking just the grainiest potato camera. You know, you very rarely see like high def, high quality anything happen where it's very clearly happening. It's always, oh, in this 200p resolution potato cam, you can kind of see a shadow ducking down behind this box 3 miles away. It's like, no, man, that's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. So, but yeah, I'm all for that, dude. I'm all for finding what I feel are like legit pieces of evidence. Again, it just adds to this thought that there's an afterlife somehow, you know? Maybe it's like only some people get caught in that paranormal, like maybe you only become a spirit when something goes wrong, you know? Like a lot of the theories are if you die suddenly or in some horrific way, or you've got unfinished business, you know, the usual movie tropes. So it's kind of like it proves that there's an afterlife, but maybe it's only unfortunate and really sad circumstances that lead to spirits being left behind. In which case, man, I don't want people getting trapped because of unfortunate circumstances. For sure. Yeah, again, I think of Lily's mom, man, and what happened to her. It's like I don't want to think that she's trapped and not able to move on. Wherever move on is, whether it be a heaven or just perpetual blackness. There's probably a certain level of peace with that, though. Rather than lingering and being stuck somewhere you don't want to be. But who knows, man? I think eventually we'll be able to prove definitively whether it's real or bullshit. And I have no idea how, but I do think they're going to come up with a way to just categorically be like, no, listen, every piece of evidence that you've ever seen is fake. Or, yeah, some of them are real. That's what I want to get to. I want to get to that part. Sorry, I'm kind of checking my text messages. Lily's got, she fucked up her finger yesterday at school. I don't know, but as a kid until now, I still think about when you die, what happened in afterlife doesn't exist. It's just like a dream or just... Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. Man, it's weird how often, not only that I talk about it on the stream, but that I just talk about it in my normal life, like with my mom. I think we were just talking about it yesterday. Or the day before. How, truthfully, just... Goddamn. Because whenever you think about that, the prospect of, because they say it, they're like, there's only one life, and you gotta embrace it. You gotta do what you want to do while you're alive, because you don't get a second chance. And that's true. None of us really know what happens. And I think in a big way, the thought of there being like a heaven or some paradise that you can go to after you die is very comforting, and it also gives you motivation to be a better person. It gives you like these different ways that you can be a better person, these rules to live by, and it gets out of hand sometimes in terms of religion, but it does give people hope that it's not just blackness whenever you die. Truthfully, I'm sure it probably is. It probably is. It's probably just a ceasing of everything. Like your electrical activity in your brain stops, and just biologically, it's sad. Yeah, and you know what you just said, man? That's exactly what my mom said, almost word for word. She was like, "What harm does it cause for me to believe that there's something for me to look forward to after I die, or believe in heaven and God and stuff like that, because she's not one of those crazy, ultra radical religious people. She believes in God and she believes in heaven and stuff like that, and so she's not harming anybody with those beliefs, and it gives her a lot of comfort. So yeah, exactly, man. You won't be losing much just by believing. If anything, you'll just be gaining good attributes, and if you follow some of the golden rule type behaviors, do unto others and all that, you're actually, for the most part, a better person, because you've got morals and values that you follow or you try to apply to being a good person. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. And you read my mind in a lot of ways too, because I consider myself not necessarily religious per se, but I do believe that there is a God or some ultimate power for sure. We don't know what it is, or if it's a he or if it's a she, or if it's just some sort of alien. Yeah, me either, man. I think it was probably, you know what? I do remember. I do remember, because we started going back to church after Lily's mom died because it was really hard to explain, to like a 4-year-old, I think she was, like where her mom went, and it was bizarre to be like, as a small child, and now her mom's not around all of a sudden. It was just almost cruel to think that we would just be like, well, she's gone, she's dead, get over it, Of course, we would never be harsh like that, but even if we didn't offer her something, some like relief or some comforting alternative to where her mom was, then it was almost the same thing as saying, she's dead, she's gone, she's never coming back, let it go, So we resumed going to church for a little bit because we wanted to give her some alternative to just, hey, your mom is dead and in the ground and now she sees eternal blackness, So that's the way we explained it to her. We were like, your mom, she died, she died protecting you, from the car crash, and now she's an angel in heaven or whatever. And we even set up what we called a mailbox, but it was this nice crafty box, like a wooden chest, almost a smaller one. My mom got like at a craft store or something, and it was decorated and designed, and we told her it was like a mailbox where if she wanted to talk to her mom, she could write her a letter, she could put it in this mailbox, and then her mom would come down and get it from heaven while she was sleeping, kind of like the letters to Santa that kids do. And this was, I think, advice from her counselor, because of course we took her to a child therapist to kind of get advice. And so yeah, it worked out really well. Of course there were times that Lily would really miss her mom a lot more than other times, but it allowed her to maintain a sort of connection with her mom. Even though her mom wasn't around, she still felt like she could talk to her whenever she wanted, So combining that with, some mild religion and being like, look, your mom's an angel and she's in heaven and she's working with this guy now. She's up there working with God, and it helped put an image in her mind of something positive rather than your mom's dead, and she just sees blackness. But it was around the time she died, so probably 2013, 2014. And again, it served a purpose. I think in a lot of ways it also helped me cope a little bit, I guess. But it was so weird that during that time I was just so worried and focused on whether Lily was going to be all right that I wasn't even, it's like I'm a grown-ass man, Found a free second? Oh, that's good. Is it just so jank that you couldn't keep it to yourself anymore? The stream, I mean.
A woman isn't fulfilled and a man isn't a full man. I can't even read the rest of this, the dating shows, because I have no interest.
Yeah, I'm watching your boy. I'm watching Sam. I got him turned down. At least in my area, he's turned down.
About what New Mexico's doing over the next couple of days. Daredevil. Hey, Sam,
I don't know what he was really talking about. He was interviewing some guy earlier. I think they're talking about the jobs report. Oh, yeah, dude. It's all good. Yeah, me too, man. Especially since it's like there's these certain milestones that you have to hit in order to... It's like their path to affiliate. And it's like you have to get a few people chatting at the same time. I can't remember how many it is. It's not very many. I think it's 5. So it's not like some insane milestone that you have to overcome. But yeah, the more the merrier, man.
It'll improve both.
Okay, I know you sent me that, right? Yes, you did. You sent it to me. I haven't watched it. But I did hear that Sam kind of got owned by this dude. Is that true? In your opinion? Do you think that Sam got owned by the birds aren't real guy? Because that to me, just thinking that is incredible. If that's possible. Because apparently, I mean, they had a debate, I would assume, about whether birds are real or not. Okay. All right. I'll watch it. I'll pull it up. That's a meme, right? I mean, the guy is obviously kidding, right? But he does it in such a convincing way that it seems legit. I keep hearing, like, both philosophies or both possibilities. I feel like, though, that the one that I've bought into, though, is that it's a complete joke, but this guy is super convincing in the way that he sells it. I don't know. Let's check it, though. Let me get at it. Oh, Sam. Immediately I misspell Sam. Sam's Eater birds aren't real. One of the top results. That's surprise, surprise, right? When people actually start believing it. Look at this, dude, this thumbnail. I'm assuming this is right. Is this top one okay? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Oh, looks like I started it. Oh, shit, hold on.
Peter, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'd like to ask you, before you control the narrative in this conversation, why are you having me on the show? I know you. I looked you up. I Googled you. I know you're with the media. So why do you... you have me on your show to laugh at me?
No. We had it.
Bringing the bird guy on the show to laugh at him?
No, not bringing you on to laugh at you, Peter. And honestly, there's no reason for you to be that defensive. Brought you on because this week we did have a writer on talking about who had done a extensive book on people who believe in the flat Earth theory. And I thought it might be a good follow-up to have someone on who believes in another theory. And that theory, I'll give you a full opportunity to discuss what that theory is.
I mean, folks, you see how the media does it, you know? You see, I would have preferred maybe to be compared to, hey, look at Guggenheim, who made progressions with the atom, you know? Here's people in history who have done important things. Here's revolutionaries, George Washington. Ever heard of John Adams? But no, I get compared to the flat Earth, the people who believe the Earth is flat.
That's fair. That's a fair complaint, man.
Okay, all right.
He's characterizing him negatively.
I just want people
that's unfair
to see how they do it. They put me up next to the flat Earth people, and then they have me talk.
Okay. That's a fair critique.
Give this guy the fucking Academy Award, dude.
I don't know what controversial theory that Sam Adams had, or John Adams, or George.
Yeah, he at the time was very controversial. It was freedom. That was the name he had. It was very controversial at the time. The Times weren't with it, but you know what he did? He went. He stormed the British gates. He had no fear, and he took over and made the United Land of America. And that was
United Land of America.
Controversial, but frankly,
I understand. But I mean, to be fair, Peter, like there's the idea that you're both controversial is not a fair comparison. He was controversial because he had an opinion and an ideology, but you are making some factual assertions that and why don't you tell people what those factual assertions are? I mean, there's no reason to be this combative.
Okay, I just know how the establishment lib media works.
Lib.
I know you and Al Roker and Chris Cuomo and your buddies are all hanging out, laughing at the little guy. So, you know, I'm not trying to come on combative. I looked you up. I know that you're with the Young Turks. I'm
Young Turks.
I'm just being cautious. I want to share my ideas. To be quite, I mean, I don't want to come on your show defensive. I'm sorry.
We can play a clip of. Can we play the clip, please?
Yes, please.
Of you, we can do the one from when you were on television on a local station, or we can do here. This is from live 3. What channel 3? Channel 3. Where is this channel?
His fucking mug is amazing.
Well, let's just play it.
Consider myself to be an average American. I wake up in the morning, wash my car, and I have an avid disbelief in avian beings.
Near the Highland Strip, or heard the story on Wednesdays Live at 9. A campaign called Birds Are Not Real brings its efforts to the Mid-South.
And this morning we are joined by
fucking dove. The shirt. Hold on, I'm sorry. I got to run that back. It's like a pigeon. It just says, I am alive. I'll take 6 of those, please. I'll take 6 of them.
And this morning, we are joined by one of the messengers of the movement. Peter McIndoe is here to tell us how this all came about. We want to emphasize you were not the founder.
Oh, my God.
No, ma'am. We put the billboard here because we wanted to bring it to the biggest city in the world. You know, the Paris of the West.
The Paris
We
of
brought
the
it to
West,
Memphis,
he says.
Tennessee. From 1959 through 2001, the government mercilessly genocided over 12 billion birds and simultaneously replaced them with surveillance drones in disguise. Sometimes I'll travel internationally, go to the Himalayas, to breathe the drone-free air.
So this is really satire. I mean, you don't really
my God.
believe
You
that
did
that
not
happened,
just say
correct?
that to
this
him.
is a satirical campaign to make the point that...
Bitch, excuse me?
You're looking at me like, no, it's not satire. I really do believe this.
His commitment to the bit.
It's kind of offensive.
Okay.
We try to
Well,
find
there it
this
is.
to be a
There- okay,
humorous
all right,
issue.
there- let's. Okay. So
Oh
there-
my God, dude.
So
It's
your
incredible.
assertion is that the United States government has killed all the birds,
all of them,
and replaced them with drones. Is that right?
That's right. And as you can see, I've had some bad experiences with the media. You know, so that's where
That's fair, man. That's fair for him to be
where my
offensive.
defensiveness comes from. I'm often brought on to be laughed at.
Defensive,
So just coming on with my guard up. But yeah, that's that is what our movement stands for. If you really want to know, we talk about how the United States government wiped out 12 billion birds. They extinguished them and whisked them out like a light bulb. And well, they had crop dusting airplanes. I mean, if you really want to get into the facts, people can look this up, and this is not information that, the media usually wants out there. So, Sam, thanks for giving the platform. Frankly, a lot of your viewers, I know a lot of you are on YouTube looking for truth like a lot of us. I am too. But the real truth can be found in documents and tapes that only I have access to, along with a couple other people, unfortunately, that reveal that the United States government launched crop dusting airplanes across the United States.
Wait a second. Why do you have access to these documents and only a few other people? Why don't you release these documents?
I mean, these documents we have released some. We released the Poultrygate email leak of early 2021, where huge Hollywood elites, politicians, ever heard of Ted Cruz, were involved in the bird drone surveillance crisis. It revealed a lot. It revealed that they're hollowing out the mountains around America and putting drone factories inside the hollowed out mountains. Hollywood elites were involved in the making of the drone factories inside the mountains. I don't know if you're familiar with, some would say America's greatest renovator named Ty Pennington from Extreme Home Makeover. The United States government consulted him to renovate the insides of most mountains in America, renovate them out and turn them into drone surveillance factories. And if people would turn off their freaking TV and stop watching these freaking talking heads and actually look into, the actual research, if you start asking why a couple times, things start falling apart. Real
do your own research.
You have a drone factory inside a mountain. Why wouldn't you just have it in
bird watching
a drone
goes
factory?
both ways.
Well, you see, Sam, because if you were to have massive bird drone factories with workers out in public, we're making 12 billion drones here. That's a lot of drones, and that's how many drones.
Don't you need workers in the mountains, in the hollowed out mountains? Isn't it workers doing it in the hollowed out mountains? What difference does it make if it's in a factory or a hollowed out mountain factory?
A lot of land space. It takes an incredible amount of land mass. To make one bird drone, it takes, roughly 10 by 10 yards for the machinery required. So we're talking. Imagine if you.
I love how, and I know this is probably just a settings issue, of course, but I love how every guest that goes on his show, and I think they've corrected it since this, but whenever he has a guest on and he's interviewing him, whoever the guest is, their audio always supersedes Sam's, so it's like he like gets drowned out by the guest, you know, every time he's talking. I'm looking at some of this merch over here, and it's incredible, honestly.
How much landmass there would be under that? You don't think people are tapped into that? Yeah, you don't think some people have stumbled upon doorways? Have you seen the clips? Oh, going on a little hike. Went on a little hike. I'm on the side of the mountain. Oops, stumbled upon a doorway.
Oops.
This happens to people all the time. What?
What?
I see the clip of people stumbling onto doorways in the Appalachian Mountains.
Oh, I mean, you have to do your own research.
Yeah, come on, Sam. See, it says it right there. Do your own research.
The big media websites, but man, there's a lot of great information out there. I really just get my information from birdsaren'treal.com because that's the one that I know I can trust. My website.
This here's my favorite, actually. I think I might actually purchase this one.
My information.
This is the Bird Drones of North America t-shirt.
On the website, but it's legitimate
I love it.
Emails.
Love it.
You said that's the one place that you go to find information that you trust. You put the information up there.
Excuse me? How dare you?
But myself.
My understanding is that you are also having a rally that is upcoming, the Media Freedom March.
Is he seriously?
Media Freedom March. Yeah, it's coming up. We're excited about it. We had a lawsuit against the New York Times that was pretty highly publicized. I launched a full-fledged attack against the New York Times. They released a defamatory story about us.
Oh, slanderous.
Sam, I don't take that lightly.
Libel, because it's
with the
written.
media. I'm just saying, man, I'm coming on this show expecting to be bashed. I'm standing in front of you right now, Sam, with 10 flaming arrows in my back. I've had the worst 3 months. The media's come after me from every angle. They're calling us a parody. They're calling us a joke. They're calling me some kind of jokester, and I don't think they would do that to any other movement around right now. So,
the birds work for the bourgeoisie.
We launched lawsuits for libel.
I'm sorry, what?
We launched lawsuits for libel. That's what you do when you get lied about on a mass platform. I reached out to my lawyers, Mo and Marley at Lieberman and Reese, and we got some stuff together and formally sued CNN and formally sued the New York Times. I was feeling really confident about it. I was feeling really good. But then we got this email from the New York Times General Counsel office that I didn't really understand that kind of brought me down to earth.
This guy is my new favorite person in the world.
Today, which sucks.
Because truthfully,
we are
like you said, even if it started just as like a joke meme,
placed a curse
it's just snowballed, man, into... I mean, he's got merch.
That's going to
and even if just parody, joke, whatever, his commitment to the bit, I just can't overlook that level of commitment.
When you lie about people on the front page of
Holy shit, it's incredible.
You know what that does to a man? Out in the streets.
Yeah, I can imagine, but I got...
oh my God, there's so many that are sold out. I just noticed.
New York Times.
Look it up.
Look it up, Sam.
See, this is the thing.
You got to get a Jamie like Joe Rogan's got.
This is the thing about the establishment lib media. Hey, if anybody's around the house, can you bring me a copy of the New York Times? They don't do their research. If you look it up, we were on the front page of the New York Times.
I'm sure, probably right smack dab on the front.
Calling to bring you a page of the New York Times.
No, I've got some staff around here. We're around an Airbnb where we're organizing, we're doing some plans for the Media Freedom March that's coming up. Because
I want to go to the Freedom March.
Comes after you, they smear your name. Okay, how can you fight back? So you sue them. But then, they have more money, and you don't have a case. Oh, you don't even have a case. Blah 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 blah. You know, and then it goes from that to what else are you supposed to do except take to the streets, Sam? except get out in the streets, and I'm going to bring my van. I'm going to bring
Bird
my
watching goes both
where I know all
ways.
the media lives.
That's
probably
the
where
one
you
you were
live,
talking about.
house on this street I hear
Oh
about.
my God,
over in-
that's fucking
over in
incredible.
Hollywood, called Hollywood Boulevard.
All right. Well, listen. Let me just say, I did not
Holy
realize
shit.
that there was, in fact,
Sold out.
an article, and I apologize.
Oh, hot diggity damn.
December 10th, 2021, Section A, page 1. Is this true?
It was on the front page.
Conspiracy with wings and a wink. Okay. All right. Well,
of the New York
I stand
Times.
corrected.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping by.
I've been wrong once again by the truthers who will continue to tell the truth while the media will lie to you, folks. I want you to think about this guy you're watching.
Oh, I can't.
This guy you're watching.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This guy is amazing. And this is, oh God, I have such admiration for people like this. You know, even actors in general, because they're able to step outside of themselves, you know, and just like really good actors and actresses can really get into the role, you know, and just full bore, get into it, be committed, and sell it, you know. And that's what this dude is doing, and it's unbelievable. Because even, like, I'm looking at the website with just the merch, like t-shirts and stuff, and like they're all sold out, man. It's incredible how much hype is behind this. These birds aren't real. And honestly, like, the designs are fantastic, man. Like, this alone, I know I showed this already, but like, this design is fantastic. It's such a cool looking shirt. And it's not just real plain, you know what I mean? It looks like it's embroidered, or that it's actually, you know, sewn into the actual t-shirt rather than just being one of those applique type things where they attach it through some janky method. This looks like legitimate quality, man. That's insane. That's insane. I can't believe that shit. He's just like balls to the wall, full into this role. And yeah, it's a joke, right? Of course it's a joke. But it don't matter now because he's making legitimate money off of it.
I just told you a lie right in front of the guy's lying about, and then did a quick Google search. And hey, I respect you for retracting. I had to retract something today. It happens in life. You know, I had to retract a lawsuit today. It happens. But I just want people to treat us with a bit more respect. And look at this pain and war that I've been brought through in the past 3 months, where the entire media is ripping me apart all over the place. Then you try to sue them. You get told that you would actually get sued because you're committing the actual libel. And then, so we're holding a media freedom march, a protest on Hollywood Boulevard. We're taking the fight to the media's front door on March 30th at 5:30 Pacific time. And anybody's invited.
Damn it, missed it. But it's Hollywood Boulevard. I wouldn't have been able to make it anyway.
There with my van, and I'm just gonna, hey, since they won't let my voice be heard in the courtroom, it'll be heard on the streets. It'll be heard on the streets. I want the streets of Hollywood to shake so much that the letters come tumbling down. The Hollywood sign letters come tumbling down from the hills like an avalanche.
Okay, well,
telling you, man, he's into it.
It's birdsaren'treal.com. Is that right?
Birdsaren'treal.com. Come there for the only true sources of information you can find anywhere right now.
Okay. Well, Peter McIndoe, thank you. Thank you for coming on, and interesting theory.
How dare you? How dare you? Theory? This isn't theory. This is fact. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Is what, you know, like I said, it's incredible that this guy really gets into the role. You know, that he's really, it's a meme, but I've never seen somebody lean so heavily into the meme to the point where you've got somebody, and of course, you know, Sam brought him on knowing that it's mostly a joke, right? And he just let him go, which I would have too. There's no stopping this guy. This guy's fucking, there's no contest against this guy. When you're the type of person where you have to, you know, think through your thoughts. You know, there are just people who speak with different cadences and different levels of confidence. That dude is untouchable. You can't even, Ben Shapiro wouldn't even stand a chance. You know, he'd be just making sounds. That's all he'd do. You know, I got to protest against this idea that the birds aren't real. This is impossible. It's like, shut up, man. But no, I think I would have done exactly what Sam did. Just let this guy go, okay? Just give him the platform. Let him get out there. It's incredible, dude. It's like, I need a nap. I would need a nap too.
Boy. Okay.
Doesn't even know what to say.
There you go. Between the 101 and the 5, ask him about the bird's feather in his hat. Isn't that evidence of the existence of birds? I mean, it's a good point. I was admittedly thrown off by the New York Times article.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
I can't believe that.
Well,
that is unbelievable.
You can check that out. I don't know if I
know New York Times is always behind a paywall, but I want to see if I can even get some of this article. I'm just gonna give it a little search. You know, probably the same way they did. Turn to the old Joogle. Oh my God. I'm sure this will be behind a paywall, but I just want to show you what I witnessed as soon as I got onto this. This is the New York Times. It says it right there at the top middle. You know what? Let me turn on my cursor. So I've been saying this for a long time that I need to allow my cursor to be seen, and I haven't done it. So let me make this adjustment before I forget. Capture cursor. Boom. Okay. There it is. It's behind my text. That's why you probably haven't. But New York Times. The New York Times says it right under there. Look at this photo of this man in his van with a plan. Again, I know it's going to be paywalled. Yep. There it is. What do you mean I've reached my limit of free articles? I haven't even gotten any free articles. Isn't there like can you go incognito mode sometimes? Hold up. Before I hit that new incognito window. Let me check it. Let me check it. Incognito. I have no idea if this will work, but we're going to give it a shot, baby. Nope. Don't do it. You don't even know. You don't even fucking know me. I'm incognito. You don't even know. I'm incognito, bitch. Anyway, that's crazy. I mean, regardless of what page he showed up on the New York Times, this man who made up, I don't even know if he made it up, but he embraced it and he ran with it and he monetized it. And now he's just, the New York Times wrote an article about him and his crazy shit. God damn. That's when you know that you've come up with a good idea. Even in the dumbest fashion, it don't matter. This guy is completely selling the character, and it's incredible, dude. I just can't get past that level of commitment to the meme. Poor Sam.
I really don't. I'm quite convinced that birds aren't real. I mean, birds are real, excuse me. But, yeesh. All right. We're going to have a short and fun half today. So we'll do a freebie Friday. We lost an hour today. People are saying that the sound was good for that guy and wanting to know why the sound was good for that guy, but no one else for the entire week. Conspiracy. Weird. Sort of couldn't hear the woman who wrote about the conspiracy theorist, but you could hear the conspiracy theorist. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, you gotta. The people on the other side don't know how to fucking work the audio equipment or whatever. It's not rocket surgery, right? And yes, I know I said rocket surgery. I said that purposely. That's the joke. It's a combination of two different expressions. Anyway, yeah, so the reason that the people probably didn't have great audio other than the conspiracy theorist bird dude is probably because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't even know how to adjust levels to where it's audible. I don't know. I don't watch Sam's show enough, really, to see what was wrong with the other interviewees' audio, but I would imagine, most of the time it's user error, and I hate to say that, but, being somebody who screws up a lot, even in my own settings, it's user error, most likely. But I feel bad for Sam because he's literally aghast. He has no idea how to continue after that interaction.
Sailor from Discordia. Guys, please let Peter McIndoe be a regular guest on Friday so he can keep us to date on the bird genocide updates from way back. And boogers are not real. Why is the audio from every single guest this week been garbled? But this guy's, he's coming through loud and clear.
That's
conspiracy theory. Maddie Light, I'm actually feeling bad for this dude. I don't think he's a jokester. I think there's serious mental issues and he's delusional and believes these things.
No,
it's kind
he doesn't.
of not funny.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. You're a lib. You are just super lib brain. He's fine. I promise he's fine. Okay? He's totally fine. I appreciate your concern. Okay? The same way with a lot of other outrage that, whether it be legitimate or manufactured, like, there's a limit. Okay? You don't have to be pissed about everything. You don't have to be concerned about everyone. Okay? This man is fine. Okay? I promise. I promise. Anybody who's like a legitimate mental health professional, which I am not, but he's fine. He's fine. You can see he's having a good time doing it. He's enjoying it. He's leaning heavy into the character. Kudos to him, man, because he's entertaining as all hell. If nothing else, he's entertaining as all hell. Good shit, man. I feel so bad for Sam, man. He's completely exasperated. He does not know how to move on after that. Is he still alive? I would imagine.
And purge process.
Pause it.
Look at this old Sam clip.
I'm a fucking sellout. I'm a fucking sellout. Okay, keep playing it.
That was his only contribution?
VRA. Registrants who have not responded to a notice and who have not voted in 2 consecutive general elections for federal office shall be removed from the official list of eligible voters, except that no registrant may be removed solely by reason of a failure to vote. Okay? Now, Alito, when he wrote the opinion deciding this case, says that Ohio does not rely solely on a failure to vote to remove them from the rolls. Breyer, on the other hand, in writing the dissent,
so what he
points out that, in fact, the process does not start, or I should say this process starts because of a failure to vote.
Donnie, he talks so slowly you can't follow anything he's saying.
Right, exactly.
And it's because he's covering up for the fact.
I'm sorry, who is this guy? Because when he started speaking, I thought it was still Sam. I thought it was still Sam's voice. And this dude, whoever he is, has no room to talk about the pacing of what Sam's saying. He talks so slow you can't understand what he's saying. I've had people who speak a mile a minute, and they can be hard to understand. But I've never had anybody complain, man, he talks so slow, I can't even understand him. And again, this dude has like an identical voice to Sam.
Doesn't even talk about the DNC in this.
They're like honestly, it sounds like perfect mimicry of Sam Cedar. Is this guy doing an impersonation of Sam's voice? Because if he is, he's nailing it.
Yeah, well,
And
exactly.
even people who voted for Hillary Clinton, in no way did it help with the voter disenfranchisement that's happening in Ohio. He is spending his time on this and doesn't say a single word about Seth Rich, which is still a question.
There's a lot of questions, and I guess my question for you, AA, as a content curator and an investigative journalist,
Content curator?
the lid and all the corruption, is do you think that he's doing that on
I'm
purpose?
also a dental hygienist.
Do you think he's doing that on purpose, or is he just so fearful that the fucking oxygen isn't circulating to his brain? Because guess fucking what?
I needed to stop it there for a second. Because I wanted to highlight something. And I say this a lot, and I'll continue to say it. The content that I generate, okay, that I create, isn't that great, okay? I realize I'm not, like, exceptionally entertaining. I mean, I can be, you know. I'm not adding, like, a super large amount of transformation to, like, whatever we're examining, or even in gameplay, you know? I'm just going through the motions, and I'm not trying my best. But what I can say is, in terms of, like, quality from a technical perspective, I strive to do well at that, okay? Lighting, you know, audio, camera, you know, background scenery, okay? I try to, from a technical standpoint, make it decent, okay? And that includes trying to find a decent angle to shoot from. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into considering that. Like, for instance, I realize I don't look at the camera very often. But there's a certain level of discomfort that comes, even as an audience member, when I stare straight into the camera. Right? Or at least I feel like it's weird. I could be wrong. It might be more preferential for me to do this. There's a suggestion box on my channel. If you'd rather me stare at the camera, you let me know. But the most times, I'm looking down here. Now, you can't see what I'm looking at. I'm looking straight at me. I'm looking at me. Because, of course, off to this side of the camera, there's a monitor, right? And I'm staring at it, and I've got a projected output of what the stream looks like. And I'm looking at me because I'm exceptionally self-conscious. So I'm always looking at me to see how I look to the viewer. And I think, you know, that's pretty common. But as far as the technical aspects, it's okay. And I strive to improve. So if it's not great now, it should get better as I move on. These people, on the other hand, whoever they are, look at this setup. I don't know if this was recorded from somebody's flip phone, like they're recording from their flip phone, okay, their ancient flip phone, like from another screen, and they're like, I don't know how to transfer files, you know, via the internet. I don't know how the tubes work. So they, you know, all they had, it was their flip phone, and they recorded it from another screen. Or if this is legitimately this content curator's video, like, can I find this exact video on one of these two gentlemen's channels? And if I can, and if it's like a semi-modern video, even if it was made as a reaction to Sam's video, which they were reviewing, okay, which is obviously from a few years ago. I don't know how long ago. Could be a good long time ago. Even still, that's no excuse for the horror show that's going on right now with their setup. And I'm not even going to try to dive into picking on them as individuals, right? Because it's like a pot calling the kettle black, right? But look at how these motherfuckers are shooting themselves. The guy with the hat, I don't need words, okay? I don't know what year this is. It's been a minute, okay? Obviously, since they've shot this. I hope it's not fairly recent because this is garbage. But look at the angle and the lighting for the other dude. The one that sounds like Sam when he talks. And look at his face. Look at this frame that he's frozen on. This man looks like he has passion for murder. Just with a super bright light. Like right here. And like when he went into his recording booth or his closet that he's recording in. What did he think? All I need is just the one ring light right here. And this is my best angle. Stretch all this out so you can't see my double chin. And just a bright light right here. That's menacing. I feel terrified just watching this clip. This man has murdered in his life. I can say that without any doubt in my mind. And I'm sorry. At least have some self-awareness. If you're going to go on and criticize somebody for their poor takes, in your opinion, you got to at least have some positive attributes of your own. If you're not going to have a good opinion about somebody else's opinion, you need to polish up your setup a little. This is horrific. The guy looks like he's inside of a porta potty or a closet. Like I said, closet's probably more likely. And he's got a single ring light just shooting up from his worst angle. And the camera's sitting down there too on the floor. Maybe he stacked up boxes, shoe boxes, empty shoe boxes to put the camera on. This is not it, my man. This is not the setup, my man. Okay? This didn't work in any era.
Brett Kavanaugh would be on the Supreme Court even if Hillary Clinton was elected to fucking presidency. Merrick Garland said that he wanted to strip birthright citizenship. I saw it some fucking where. Don't ask me for a citation. I'm a fucking jerk-off comedian. But that's the fucking point. And the same thing would have happened anyways. And Bernie Sanders, we're going to get to him in a second. He won't even come on this fucking show.
Yes.
So is it, am I crazy? Am I crazy?
No.
No.
Let's still take a call. You're calling from a 757 area code. Who are you? Where are you calling from? Welcome. You're in the no fucking sellout zone.
Who am I? Who am I of the men on the screen? Who am I doing an impersonation of? Hello.
Todd Snowflakes. Hi. Let's try another call. You're calling from an 847 area code. Who are you? Where are you calling from?
Hi. It's Osh from Chicago.
Osh from Chicago. Gotta be quick.
Hi. I just want to say that I love the investigative journalism you're doing. I think it's super spot on. And that Bernie Sanders is a fucking corporate sellout. Also, have you heard that Michael Brooks? I mean, what a sellout. I mean, he's talking about, like, you know, the Lavanjato thing. I want to get a t-shirt with Lavanjato.
This is hurting my face.
Snowflake's been asking for a Lavanjato t-shirt because, well, Todd, why do you want a t-shirt for what happened?
This is when they I can't even think. Didn't somebody think to tell this poor man, look, dude,
they fucking investigate.
I know we don't have like a primo setup, but you look absolutely ridiculous. Move the ring light. Bring your camera up at least
Todd, why do you want
to head level, at least. You want to elevate it a little bit, especially if you're like me and you got a double chin thing.
No matter where you are, I don't care if you're in a swing state.
Look at this man's setup.
I don't know who the fuck that is, but I agree.
Under a fascist government.
Because what they did was they showed, and now everybody's saying, oh, Bolsonaro, he's saying that I'm going to kill all the gay people. As if there wasn't fucking homophobia in Brazil when Lula was president. Fuck off.
Donnie, I did a video commenting on the Righteous Opinions video that he did about the humanitarianism's video that was.
I thought that was like Sam doing a voiceover again, dude. I swear to God, this is throwing me off.
Video that was done in reaction to the fascist Ferger video.
And then for him to honestly have legitimately criticized Sam for the cadence of his speech. This guy can't even make it through a single sentence without stroking twice. I was thinking about when I made a video, and he's doing that. And I'm thinking back to when I did it, and it was a fantastic video, but nobody seemed to watch it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something about my setup that puts people off or makes them think that, maybe I'm not the greatest kind of guy. Yeah, it is, man. It's because you look like an absolute psychopath just based on your setup alone. You're in your closet, hiding from your wife and children. And for whatever reason, you decided to put the key elements in your setup on the floor in the corner of your closet, possibly stacked up on top of some empty shoe boxes. And it's just capturing everybody's worst angle, man. I don't think there's anybody that really, when they're shot from a downward angle up towards their face, looks great. I just don't think that there's many people like that exist. Some people are okay with it, but if you've got any extra anywhere, it's going to double up in this area for sure. So it's just not a great angle, man, to shoot yourself from. But it looks like he just was trying to put shit together on the fly, ran into his closet holding his camera and his ring light and threw it on the floor and just turned it on and was like, I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready to go. Horrific.
Video that was basically a total takedown of the entitlement enlightenment video that Kevin did, and I agreed with what you said.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of people were glad you did that video because there was a lot of propaganda going around the internet because people say they're doing independent news, but really what they're doing is repeating DNC talking.
This is a parody, right?
DNC is corrupt.
Tell me I'm being naive.
And a lot of what you're going to hear now about...
Is this part of some April Fool's joke that Sam's doing right now?
They want to put a pretty face back on corruption. They want soul cycle corruption, not...
Somebody please tell me I'm being an idiot.
So they like Kamala Harris, even though she's a corporatist. And Kamala Harris came out and she supported Bernie Sanders. She's saying that she supports health care for all, which I don't even know if Bernie even supports it anymore because he's still in the Democratic caucus. But here she is, and she's going to say that she supports
doesn't mean anything.
Plan. And I want to know if everybody in the studio and AA recognizes anything about how Kamala Harris announces her fucking support.
Kamala Harris of California.
Thank you, Bernie. Well, I'm honored to stand with my colleagues and be in a room full of leaders. And this is a moment in time that I think we know is a very significant moment in time for our country, where we, all of us, are standing up and saying, let's just do what's right. You've heard so many folks talk about it because we know it. Listen, no baby is born in America born as a Democrat or a Republican. This should not be thought of as a partisan issue. It's not even a bipartisan issue. This is a nonpartisan issue.
Should be.
Cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure affects folks around our country regardless of what.
Was it just last night or yesterday where they held that vote regarding insulin? And they voted, it was like all the Republicans voted against reducing the price of insulin. Insulin, right? Like the life-saving drug that people with diabetes needs. And I'd love to hear the excuse for why you would vote against something like that. Honestly. I'd love to hear even like the PR spin, like the marketing part of it. Why Not the real reason, right? Because obviously there's other reasons that they're not going to tell you. But what are the reasons that they're telling people? Oh, like what are the reasons that they're giving the public when like media comes up and is interviewing them? Like, can you tell me why you voted against this? What are the BS reasons that they're giving to the public? Because I think those would go a long way to, well, doing nothing, honestly. I guess I was going to say they would go a long way to explaining some things, but they wouldn't. Because again, it's not the true reason that they voted against it. It, truthfully, when you dig deep enough, it all has something to do with money. Or if it doesn't have something to do with money and payouts or something like that, or getting kickbacks from the companies that manufacture and sell the insulin, then it's just partisan. You know, it's just, I won't vote for it just because the Democrats want it. Or, you know, the opposite is also true. When Democrats are like, they say no just because they don't want to agree with the Republican proposed, a bill. Some sort of legislation that's written and promoted by Republicans. They're like, no, I don't want to do that. And they may not have a good reason why, but it's just because they don't want to support a Republican position. Even when it's just, like Kamala was saying, it shouldn't be partisan. This is like healthcare stuff. Like things that people with diabetes needs. They need this shit, man. And they need to not be paying exorbitant prices for it. And we already pay way too much for healthcare. Whether it be the doctors, the hospitals, the medications that people take daily. To exploit the fact that somebody needs a particular drug to survive for profit. Just for profit. Not even to just make back costs and a little extra on the side for your hard work. But absurd quantities of profit. I'm sure there's articles about it. But I'm curious about, you know, for I don't know how often the supplies last for. Like, when you have diabetes, do you get like a 30-day supply? Do you get a 60-day supply, 90-day supply? You know, I'm sure there's probably different amounts. And what's sad is the amount that you get probably depends entirely on how much can you afford at that moment. Can you afford 30-day supply? 60? 90? How much money you got on you? Because I'm going to take all of that. Because, you know, you need it to survive and all. So, give me everything you got, and you can have it. I just don't understand how that can exist in the world's richest country. But I kind of answered my own question in my statement, right? The world's richest country. And this is why. This is why. Because we don't care who has to die for us to make insane amounts of profit, right? I'm looking it up on my other monitor here. Top stories, of course. Okay. So the House passed it. Thought I saw a tweet. So it probably still passed. God, I hope so, man. House passes bill to cap the cost of insulin. Alright, the House on Thursday passed legislation to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Thank God, man. A move that would significantly lower the price of the life-saving, of course. 193 Republicans voted no, 12 said yes. Alright. Capped at $35 a month, a move that would significantly lower the price of the life-saving drug for more than 7 million diabetes patients. The bill passed on a mostly party line vote, 232 to 193. The measure was authored by 3 House Democrats facing competitive re-election races this fall. Reps Angie Craig from Minnesota, Dan Kildee from Michigan, and Lucy McBath from Georgia. Under the bill, Medicare beneficiaries would pay no more than $35 for each 30-day insulin prescription. Awesome, dude. Cost sharing for beneficiaries in private plans would be limited to the lesser of either $35 or 25% of the health plan's negotiated price for a 30-day prescription. The insulin cap was originally part of the sweeping health reforms that Democrats Build Back Better legislation, including limited Medicare drug negotiation. But Senator Joe Manchin's a Democrat from West Virginia, opposition to the legislation put the larger bill on ice, and Democrats carved out the insulin provision as a standalone vote, as a way to get the tangible victory on an issue of major importance to Americans. Make no mistake, I continue to strongly support comprehensive efforts to rein in the soaring cost of prescription drugs and empowering Medicare to negotiate fair prices. But we cannot afford to wait any longer to address the price of insulin, Rep. Frank Pallone Jr. from New Jersey said on the House floor Thursday. Far too many Americans are struggling to afford this drug, and it is time for Congress to say enough is enough. That's really good to hear, man. But while it would save consumers thousands of dollars at the pharmacy, the bill does not lower the overall price of insulin, and does not solve the problem of skyrocketing drug prices. Instead, it would shift more of the cost onto insurers and employers. That's fine. Good. Good. Give me one reason why insurers and insurance companies themselves shouldn't have to pay more of the bill. All right, Mom. Love you too. There's no reason why they shouldn't foot the bill, or a larger percentage. I will bitch about this until the day I die. The companies themselves sit around and collect money from people. And in most cases, you know, if the person with health insurance is healthy, they don't have to give anything out. They don't have to pay anything out to those people. Now, I understand that there are people in the world who have significant health issues and require very expensive treatments and medications and that kind of, well, this is what they say, right? This is what the insurance companies say, is that, well, you know, these people that have the need for these really expensive, you know, procedures and medications, you know, it offsets the people who are healthy, and we don't have to pay out anything for them. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, dude. Here's the thing. You wouldn't be in the business if you didn't make money. I promise. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. And if there is even a shred of truth to that logic, then that's a more systemic problem, right, that needs addressed. Moreover, why is the cost of healthcare in the world's richest country so goddamn expensive? Why is it so costly? Why do we pay so much more in this country for the same medication from the same company than they do in other countries? Because they know they can get us to pay that much. That's why. Because they know that we will agree to it. And these other countries, you know, some of them are poorer or just better negotiators, I guess. But they can get the same. It's like, maybe it's insulin. I can't remember what it was, but there's some medications that people are driving to Mexico to get at a pharmacy down there. Because the cost of a plane ticket or driving there, purchasing the prescription, and then driving back is less than what they would pay for the same prescription here in America. Like, that's a problem that needs addressed, like, now. And although it's a victory in a certain sense that Americans aren't, you know, paying as much as they have had to in the past for insulin, the overall cost of it hasn't come down. And that in itself needs addressed. I don't give a shit if insurers have to pay more for it. They're just going to pass the cost back on to us anyway. You know? And again, if you were a decent business owner, okay, I understand mega corporations apparently are given far more leeway because they're mega corporations. But you don't need to make that much money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bitch about this all the time. It's okay to make profit. Like, I don't see anything systemically wrong with profit as a concept. What causes a problem is when the quantity or percentage of profit that you feel like as a business entity you need to make is absurd. And because you feel beholden to your shareholders or whatever, and you have to get them an ever increasing return on investment year after year, those costs go up year after year. Every year. But again, the money that people are getting paid for their shit jobs is not going up year after year. It might occasionally go up 10 cents an hour once every 2 or 3 financial quarters. I mean, and it really depends on who you work for, if they have a system for reviews that they adhere to, or if you just work for some small company, even though it might be outlined in your employment contract that they do reviews once every financial quarter or however often, you have to hound them to get it done. It's not an automatic thing. You have to keep asking about it. Can you do my review? Can you do my review? And then by the time they agree to do your review, they mark you down a peg because you've been so persistent, or they'll say annoying, about wanting your review. And they'll mark you down for that. And they'll give you less of a raise because you've been such a nuisance. You know, write down, should focus more on work tasks rather than rate of pay. And they'll write that down in your employee file. And now guess what? Well, you know, truthfully, we were going to give you a raise. But you just haven't been as productive ever since you've been pestering us about needing a raise. So we'll have to re-examine this next financial quarter. Like that. Boom. Problem solved. And guess what? You'll never pester them about a raise again. Because you know what happens when you do. They mark it down in your file as a bad quality, and you need to work on it. Okay? But because you're not asking them for the raise that they said they would give you, and all of a sudden you're not getting any increase in pay. So it's like, and that's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. It's such a fucking bizarre system, man. And it's bizarre for us to be like, ooh, best country in the world, and then have shit like this that we do. It doesn't. No. System no working. System broken. Fix system, please.
Regardless of their income, regardless of
Sorry,
their status.
I kind of winged out a little bit.
And we should not differentiate in the way that we do public health policy. We should understand everyone, all, should receive the health care they need regardless of where they live, their income, or their zip code. And that's what this bill is about, and I am proud to co-sponsor it. It is about saying that this is about a right, not about a privilege for a few. And let's be clear, it is not only about what is the right thing to do morally and ethically.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It's not the right thing to do morally or ethically? Did you hear that, AA?
I did. You know, I did a video that was a response to the Temporal Talkers video that Resistance Radio had critiqued, which was a response to the loophole liberal Ken over there.
I'm sorry, this shit is so bizarre.
At the
Is this their
Horseshoe
April
Bureau,
Fool's
had written a video,
joke?
done hit video, has never come on.
Sounds like
what is
maybe
this?
at the Canadian.
What is
I'm calling
this?
to talk
I'm
about
sorry. I don't know what this is. Are they just playing this for April Fool's Day?
some brilliant
Hold up.
guy left
Where's
it.
their chat?
Is he a
He
fucking
claims to be.
sellout?
No, I didn't mean it.
I know there's other YouTube channel that I used to watch around the election called the Majority Report. They are the real sellouts.
Majority Report. They are the real
And
sellouts.
what happens is that Sam Cedar and Michael Brooks and Matt Leck and Jamie Peck and Brendan Finn, what they like to smear progressives.
Cedar.
No, because they kept on telling us to vote for the lesser evil, right?
Well, right, because Trump's kind of shaking things up in a certain way.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I really needed that.
The doomsday clock is at its closest it's ever been to doomsday. So voting for Hillary Clinton didn't help that, did it?
Yeah, exactly, because that was another thing. They said that Trump talks about how he wants to use nuclear weapons, which we don't agree with.
I don't know what
but
this
then
is.
They wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton, who was a
All right.
fucking war criminal.
So I want to
2
watch.
minutes before midnight on doomsday.
Jeez, want to watch one more thing.
Voted for Hillary Clinton, it would be.
We may not watch the whole thing, but some more news came out with this video a few days ago, a couple days ago, on unions and strikes.
We got
I haven't watched it yet.
Syria and Iran.
If you would indulge me on this.
Iran. Hold on just one
All right, then I promise I'll get into some gaming.
I do not pay you to piss, man.
You took my home bathroom. Where am I going to pee now? Nobody wants to work anymore. Right.
Ew.
What the hell? I'm done. Officially on strike. See you never. Just gotta tiptoe around these piss bottles.
Oh, God.
And now, the thrilling conclusion.
Ew, he's drinking.
So refreshing. Welcome to some more news. A show about fun and friends and news and fun.
Warmbo fist sack. I love that shit.
Spokesperson says nuclear war is probably survivable. Yay!
I really hate Warmbo though. If I'm gonna be real, I fucking hate Warmbo.
Good. I better drink more of Mr. Cody's delicious pee to make me feel better.
Ha ha ha! I've taken over the airwaves like Christian Slater and pump up the volume. Well, hello, news comrades. Fancy seeing you here with this camera I set up. And guess what? I'm still on strike. Remember from last week? Stop that, all right? They already got a recap. So yes, I'm still striking, and it's about a new tie, apparently, is what I want. And if Katie thinks that she can replace me with some piss-chugging scab made of felt, she has got another thing coming. This is a movement now. I'm not the only one with a case of the old strikey fever. There were many strikes in 2021. So many, in fact, that we permanently renamed October to Striketober and 2021 to 20 Strikey One. Over 140,000 people went on strike last year for concerns including, please pay us more, and please give us health care, and hey, could we not die on the job? One of the most notable strikes started in October 2021. 10,000 United Auto Workers, employees for John Deere in Iowa, went on strike, citing stagnating wages despite increasing profits. Workers only received a 5% pay increase, while the CEO received a 160% pay raise. The strike continued.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. The CEO.
Increasing the pay raise to 10%.
The CEO. Like, why, in what context would he need a pay raise? He's already making more than anybody else in the company. Yeah, if he does great, okay, he should be subject to job review like all the normal line level workers, right? All the people working in the assembly plants and shit like that. You know, and he shouldn't be given a raise that equals more than what most of the workers will make in several years of employment there. That's insane. Like, and it just exemplifies everything that's fucking wrong with capitalism today. It's just so far out of whack, man.
For them to keep hiring supplemental workers who would earn way less than workers doing the same job, which seems like a clever way to start to phase out your normal employees for supplemental workers whom you get to pay less for literally no good reason while trying to pit your employees against each other. Nice work there, Dick's running John Deere. Unsurprisingly, United Auto Workers voted to remain on strike while this two-tier pay system continues to exist. John Deere responded to the strike by getting issuing an injunction to limit the number of picketers outside the factory to 4 at a time, and to ban burn barrels that were keeping strikers warm at night, using the power of the freezing cold to fight against strikers. You know, Mr. Freeze stuff, but without the relatable backstory about loving his wife. They also forced salaried workers to become scabs and take over the factory floor work, despite these salaried workers being woefully untrained and unprepared to, you know, work in a factory.
And they fucked it all up.
Immediately after John Deere forced their workers to go on the factory floor, someone crashed a tractor into an electrical box.
Yeah, buddy.
Oops. I guess the unskilled, replaceable work of operating 10,000-pound machines requires some, skill. While this incident is admittedly pretty funny, what's not funny is that John Deere cares so little about its salaried employees that they're willing to risk the lives of office workers by thrusting them into an environment they haven't trained for. And they care so little about their factory workers that in all the years they've been running the company, they haven't bothered to learn how difficult their job is. Feels like the embodiment of Michael Scott, like there has to be an Office episode about this. Anyway, the John Deere strike ended only after the company relented and gave workers a 10% pay raise. But this was far from the only strike that struck even before Striketober began. In Striketember, Nabisco employees went on strike for an attempt by the company to implement a similar two-tier wage system. The strike only ended when the union was able to demand increased wages and killed said payment system. Then there's the Kellogg strike in Omaha, in which workers also
I'm sorry,
are against
I must have missed it, but what is the two-tiered payment system? I don't understand. Hold on. Okay, give me a second. Again, you'll hear me say this a lot as well. A big part of what I'm trying to do here is educate myself, because I'm a newcomer to the political space. And, you know, all these type of social issues and economic issues, worker-related issues, I want to be well informed on. You know, I don't want to just talk out of my ass and be just some other fucking tumor on Twitter, you know, or on the internet, who comes on here and just spouts bullshit that he doesn't understand, you know. So every time I come across something like this, yeah, I hit the Google, okay? Let's see, two-tier payment system. Yeah. I just want to get some insight into that, you know. A two-tier system is a type of payroll system in which one group of workers receives lower wages and or employee benefits than another. Got it. It's pretty straightforward. I didn't realize it was that sadistic, but Jesus. I mean, that makes sense. God damn. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Two-tier system of wages is usually established for one of three reasons. The employer wishes to better compensate more senior, ostensibly more experienced and productive workers without increasing overall wage costs. The employer wishes to establish a pay for performance or merit pay wage scheme that compensates more productive employees without increasing overall wage costs, or the employer wishes to reduce overall wage costs by hiring new employees at a wage less than the wage of incumbent workers. Got it. Made sense. That's the most... I bet you that's incredibly common. Let's put it this way. At the majority of places that I worked, even factories, it wasn't spoken about, but there was a two-tier pay system for sure. But it was usually for very select people. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't necessarily skilled, but just in that Wikipedia article, they kind of referenced it's not necessarily people that are more skilled. Could be more senior members, or whichever one gives the best blowjobs, I guess. You know, you can give whatever reason you want, but you're putting just a huge gap between your run-of-the-mill workers and the people who you think deserve better pay. Or, you know, like office jobs paid more than floor-level jobs, even though it was like office work, which is not difficult work under most cases, unless you're like a corporate accountant or, you know what I mean? Like, that's different. I get that. That's like a very educated, you need a certification at least type position. But not whenever you're the front door receptionist, you know, or some shit like that. That's different.
A two-tier system where Kellogg's is able to pay those they deem transitional employees less for the same amount of work as legacy employees. Kellogg's was also trying to increase the number of employees they get to classify as transitional employees, so, you know, trying to pay more employees less. The strike was also over poor working conditions, where they are forced to work 12 to 16-hour days, given mandatory overtime, and were punished for taking sick days. If there's one thing we've learned during the pandemic, it's that forcing people to work when they're sick is smart and good, and smart again and good again.
Yeah,
the strike
buddy.
ended after the union voted to accept a new work contract that offered higher wages and more benefits. Unions, they're cereal pushers. Speaking of gross food we love, in October, McDonald's workers walked off the job in 12 different cities over the company inadequately protecting workers from sexual, verbal, and physical harassment in the workplace. Also, 60,000 members of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees threatened to strike, citing grueling working conditions over 12-hour workdays with little to no breaks and low pay. IATSE president Matthew Loeb said, "Our people have basic human needs like time for meal breaks, adequate sleep, and a weekend.
Right.
For those at the bottom of the pay scale, they deserve nothing less than a living wage." Sleep, meal breaks, what's next? Not having your every move monitored while having to skip bathroom breaks to keep your job, also known as being an Amazon employee.
Yeah.
How incredibly shocking that while
You know,
we were
and
writing
that's,
this episode,
it doesn't
Amazon
just
experienced
end with Amazon either. Like most factories, okay, even the ones that I've worked at, because there have been a few, you were only allowed to go to the bathroom on your break, okay? So let's say, like, you're a smoker, or like me, obviously I vape, so I would have to go outside to do that. And I used to smoke, but depending on your position within the factory, when that break bell rings, okay, or break time starts, and you got to book it, man. You got to book it to whatever exit and entrance, you know, you're allowed to go in and out of. And get out there and hork down cigarettes and light your lungs on fire because you've horked it down so fast, and you got to piss too, so you got to run in and piss. Boy, you better not be late back to the line, though. And that travel time from your position on the assembly line in the plant to the door outside, just, you know, let's just say you're going out to get fresh air, man, because you like sunlight, you're a human being. Let's say you don't even smoke. You know, that travel time to and from your work position, it's party break, man. It's party break. So by the time you actually get to walk off the line and your break has started, that travel time, that's your free time. That damn sure ain't coming out of company time. And I'm not saying that they need to pay you, okay, for time that you're not on the machine working or on the assembly line working. I'm not saying that, okay? But I would say it would be cool to extend the breaks a little bit. Okay, make them a little bit longer and make the work days shorter. Just a little bit. You know, minor tweaks here and there. And it would be great, you know, even if you back it down to like, because once you add in, usually most companies will have like 2 breaks. Okay, say they're 10 or 15 minutes if you're lucky. That usually you're paid for, okay? They don't make you clock out for them. And then like a half-hour lunch. Okay, some places offer an hour, but that's usually a 2-tier system, and you better give good head. But some places do offer that, like an hour break, okay? But you got to clock out for it, or an hour lunch, excuse me. So let's do this. Okay, you got to add that half. Sorry, let me go back. Got to add that lunchtime, that lunch break, onto the minimum required 8 hours of work that they require you to put in each day. So now your day is 8 hours and 30 minutes long because you needed a lunch, and you know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden you're going past the 8 hours, right? And beyond that, how far do you live from the plant, from the factory? You got to travel there. You got to travel home. What time do you know, is it rush hour when you're going in? Is it rush hour when you're going home? And you don't get that time back, and you don't get paid for it. Okay? So why don't you like work people 6 hours a day? Okay? Give them 20, 25-minute breaks, 30-minute breaks, 30-minute breaks. Okay? And you know, I don't care, man. I guess give them 2 30-minute breaks at an hour lunch. Little changes like that go a long way in the hearts and minds of the employees, especially since the way that we've been doing it has been that way for so long. if we give these changes to workers now, it's going to resonate. And they're going to be like, damn, thank you so much. Holy shit. There's never a world that I would imagine being able to have 2 30-minute breaks where I'm paid and an hour-long lunch. Like, that's significant, man. That's significant. That shows that you care even somewhat about your employees. It doesn't really matter if you actually do. You're trying to make money. And usually you can make a lot more money if your employees are happy. Right? I mean, I feel like that's true. And I feel like in a big way, back when the pay rates as a ratio to cost of living, when the pay rates were a much higher percentage towards cost of living, workers were happier because they didn't have as much stress from finances, and things like that. And overall, they were more productive. And now it's just you work because you have to. Let's put it that way. Unless you've gone to college and stuff like that and studied for a career and it's fulfilling and you love it, you get paid decent. That's dope. That at this point is the American dream. Is to just find a career doing something that you really like and you get paid decent. That's the new American dream. But most people get stuck doing a job that they don't like at all. They can barely tolerate. They don't get paid enough. They can barely scrape by, and it sucks. It sucks to consider that will be your entire life, Sorry, I'm looking for... I gotta order some more coils for my vape. So I'm kind of like...
Walkouts from employees demanding a higher wage and longer breaks. Did I say we wrote this episode? No. This is spontaneous. It's rebel radio, hard Harry, etc., and so forth. Anywho, in related news that I'm spontaneously mentioning, 30,000 Kaiser Permanente employees threatened to strike in November, also citing a 2-tiered system in which newer hires would be given up to a 39% pay cut for the same work as other employees, despite the company making $10 billion during the pandemic and its CEO getting a $10 billion retirement.
Wait, hold up. What did he say? What did the CEO make?
Work as other employees, despite the company making $10 billion during the pandemic and its CEO getting a $35 million retirement package. Hey, do you notice a trend?
$35 million retirement package? That's what I'm saying. His retirement package totaled a value of $35 million. $35 million as a retirement package. That's more in his retirement package than the vast majority of workers will make over several lifetimes, dude. Not even over just one lifetime. Imagine the prospect of being able to work to where you earn $35 million over the course of your working life. Like, that's kind of an enticing thought. But no, this motherfucker got it as a retirement package.
Complaints has been unequal pay for newer hires, which creates a system of arbitrary inequity among the workforce. The workers striking may not even be the ones getting the pay cut, but still go on strike in solidarity. Unions recognize that when companies do this, they splinter workers into smaller groups, causing rifts and making it harder to organize. In this case, it was more like Kaiser not permanent. Kaiser permanent, not permanent, because the company caved is the point, agreeing to do away with the 2-tier payment system and increasing wages. Shane Burley, the communications organizer of the Oregon Federation of Nurses and Health Professionals, said, "I'm really happy we have an agreement. It was a really long fight. It only happened because we basically put forth the largest healthcare strike in American history." In fact, around half of the 140,000 people who went on strike in 2021 were healthcare workers, or the heroes on the front line of the pandemic that we made cute Funko Pops out of, and some weird political cartoons imagining them getting killed in a war before
right.
to do anything materially useful for them at all, or like even viewing them as people with lives who were just doing a job that wasn't.
We put those cool signs in the front yard. That's about it.
Slaughtering a bunch of accountants, and instead of doing anything, we just called them brave soldiers and thanked them for their sacrifice. That would be weird and fucked up.
Yeah,
And
totally
so in
fucked up.
2021, nurses went on strike for 10 months in Massachusetts at St. Vincent Hospital. The hospital is owned by Tenet, a very serious action adventure through time and space that I have not gotten around to seeing yet, and a for-profit healthcare company that owns 60 hospitals in the U.S. and is valued at over $8 billion. The nurses union had been negotiating with hospital management for 2 years for a better contract, asking for pay increases and safer working conditions, but mainly for the hospital to address its staffing issues. More specifically, that there was not enough staff per patient. The strikers called out a policy of the hospital to send nurses home during a shift if the management thought they were not needed, a practice called flexing. But despite how it sounds, this was done out of cost cutting and not overstaffing, meaning that the remaining nurses on duty became swamped. And amazingly, this happened even during the pandemic.
To maximize profits, American hospitals have been intentionally understaffing nurses for decades, long before the pandemic. What the hospital industry doesn't want you to know is that there's never been more licensed nurses in America. Hospitals just aren't hiring them.
After the 300-day strike of 700 workers, the nurses union won. They not only beat the hospital management's attempt to replace them with strikebreakers, they also got their main demands over staffing issues, 2% pay raises, better healthcare since nurses need healthcare too, and provisions for nurses who are assaulted on the job, which is sadly a thing that happens a lot. This is also an improvement for patients. Research has shown, unsurprisingly, that patient outcomes improve when they get more individual time with nurses. But despite what seems like a win for both the nurses and the patients, amazingly, there was an attempt to kill the nurses union following their victory. The National Right to Work Defense Fund, an anti-union organization, has given money to aid in a union decertification effort led by a strike-breaking nurse who, quite ironically, said the union was dividing workers. Some fun facts about the National Right to Work.
The union is dividing workers.
Established in 1968 and tries to advance right-to-work laws that prohibit unions from having agreements with management that all employees must pay dues. Also, it was started by a white supremacist. Because this is America, you see. And so the anti-union right-to-work movement started with the Christian American Association led by Republican businessman Vance Muse. Just to give you an idea of who Vance Muse was, his own son described him as a white supremacist, an anti-Semite, and a communist baiter, a man who beat on labor unions not on behalf of working people, as he said, but because he was paid to do so. Vance Muse also fought women's suffrage, tried to bring back child labor, and published anti-Semitic and anti-black propaganda. In other words, the founder of the right to work is a man perpetually on the wrong side of history who was probably paid to do it. And this is the same movement alive and kicking today, and trying to kill unions even after successful strikes that improve conditions for workers and patients. Luckily, the St. Vincent's Nurses Union voted to keep their union, so that's good. In fact, the pushback against anti-union propaganda and toxic work culture in general seems to be growing. Posts from the anti-work subreddit have reached immense popularity and media pearl clutching. The anti-work subreddit has 1.8 million members since starting out as a niche community for work abolition, ending forced labor through capitalism. They cite books like The Abolition of Work by Bob Black. But for most of the users, it's a place to vent about their struggles and mistreatment at work, as well as a place for cathartic, if not sometimes fake, posts about texts they send their bosses quitting jobs that treat them poorly. It rose to prominence during the pandemic alongside the great resignation of people quitting in record numbers. And again, whether or not these posts of people telling off their workplaces are real or not, this subreddit really rose to fame as some hardcore comeuppance porn, like really raw-dogging that comeuppance. God. Reveals how many people fantasize about
raw-dogging
after a round of abuse from their boss. And most importantly, people realizing they have the chance to actually demand better treatment and have leverage, as in realizing the value of their labor and the fact that they aren't as replaceable as they've been told. And that, of course, brings us to me, and why I'm on strike, and my own realization. Sorry, ads? Really? What? My pirate
fucking ads, dude. I don't know why every time I watch his next video, I immediately forget that he has like 2 sets of ads on most of them.
I guess we have to cut to ads now, Mom. Fight the power, but I guess also.
I'm glad I can fast forward. I remember when I was like, you know what? I'm going to subscribe to YouTube Premium so that way I don't have to watch ads.
Personal bathrooms. Time, as you
Boy,
know,
was I naive.
Nothing else. So why not save time and therefore.
Although, I will say, I don't have much of a problem with it. I mean, I do have a problem with the ones where they interrupt the video, like YouTube, the platform itself does to run ads. And it's needed, right? Like, they've got to run ads to justify continuing to keep YouTube running. I get it. That's fine. But the creator-based ads, I really don't mind as much because, you know, the revenue is going straight to them instead of YouTube taking a large cut of it. So, and I do also appreciate YouTube not bucking back that idea and because they could have, right? They could have totally done the normal capitalism type bullshit where they're like, nah, fam, listen. If ads are going to run on this platform, we're getting our cut. So they could have. They could have cracked down on that shit. And they might still. I hope not, man. But it seems like at least at this point they're not being insane, which is more than you can say for a lot of businesses.
For money by using Stamps.com. They're great for small business owners or anyone with that side hustle. Gotta get that side hustle going, you know? And so Stamps.com will save you that trip to the post office by letting you print postage and weigh your packages right in your own home. Not to mention discounts you can't get anywhere else, like up to 40% off USPS rates and 76% off UPS. I love to side hustle. You all know this about me. It's what I do when I'm not going on strike.
Jesus.
And with Stamps.com, all I need to hustle from the side is a computer and a standard printer. Setup is easy and you can print postage for any letter or any package to anywhere you'd like to send your many hustles. So stop overpaying for shipping today. Sign up with promo code More News for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital.
That's not you, is it?
No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to
I hear something
click the microphone at the top of the
moving around or chomping.
More news. That's the end.
Thank Jesus.
And we're back from those radical pirate radio ads, and we're talking about the sudden upheaval of workers. Specifically, this war on work, as Fox News calls it.
Well, is it working when people choose not to work?
I hate Laura
when your
Ingraham.
policies are increasingly encouraging Americans to stay home? When the government keeps sending checks, we call them Biden bucks, to people to remain out of the workforce, okay, you know what? It turns out a lot of people just don't work. It's shocking.
We've been looking for the last hard for the last couple of weeks. Can't even get people to come into interviews when they do apply.
It's really very, very frustrating. You know, front of the house, back of the house, across the board, we just can't find people to work.
We have plants that aren't able to run at full capacities because they simply can't find enough people to work in them.
This guy's a pig farmer. Do you think there will ever come a time when they'll realize that the jobs that they're offering just aren't appealing? And that's putting it nicely. I mean, in my mind, that's putting it nicely, right? Do you think there will ever come a time when they realize that those jobs are shit? And if you want somebody to do a shit job, you probably should up the pay a little bit. Or a lot. Because I think during the pandemic especially, people came to the realization that they were no longer willing to do bullshit jobs for little pay. And that's not crazy at all. That's completely normal. That's completely sane logic. Nobody wants to do bullshit jobs for pathetic pay. And it's been backwards for a long time, truthfully. The people who do the bullshit jobs, the undesirable jobs, should get paid fairly for the fact that their job is bullshit. Trashmen, sewage plant specialist technician guys, you know? Pig farmers, the guys working cleaning up shit in the pig stalls. We just can't get anybody to apply. I wonder why. Because the job is to pick up pig shit for $9 an hour. And you're surprised that people don't want to come in and apply for that? Same thing with the other guys. Like, that is a restaurant and a bar. Front of the house, back of the house. Both of them suck. Being a server sucks. Being a server sucks. Being a busboy sucks. Being a cook sucks. It sucks. And we've just been programmed and operated for so long on the, well, it sucks, but you got to do it. No, you don't. No, you don't. If you can make something else work where your bills are paid, that's all that matters. You don't have to go do some bullshit you don't want to. I promise you don't. Do you need income? Sure. But the level of income that you need is based on your circumstances. And you control your circumstances for the most part. Life does occur, and you will sometimes get stuck doing some bullshit. Or something about your life will become complicated. But for the most part, you control your own destiny. You control how much money goes out, based on car payments, insurances, and, there are things that legally you're required to have. But you can limit. You can, for the most part, limit. All right? And if you don't want to work a garbage job, or if you don't want to work at all, that's great, but you need to find a method of income, to pay for the stuff that you have to. And that's the thing you've got to come to terms with. You can't completely just not do, but, sell drugs. I don't care. I don't judge. It's not hard. It's not hard work. It's dangerous, and you might end up in jail, but it's not a lot of work. This is the level of risk, but you get paid fair compensation for that level of risk. I promise. And that's what's messed up about it. That's an illegal trade. And they wonder why the drug addiction is so out of control. A, because it's an addiction, right? And the substances themselves are addictive. But the main reason is drug dealers make so much money that they're willing to take the risk. Because they get paid a shit ton, or at least quite handsomely, or fairly, that it's worth taking the risk of going to jail and the risk of getting hurt, getting shot, getting ripped off, whatever. Getting killed even. And that's insane when somebody would rather do that than go work at McDonald's. Because it sucks. And as a drug dealer, you get to make your own hours. In what world does it make sense where an illegal occupation, right, is more enticing than a legit job? That's the problem. Is the jobs themselves, man. Like, your jobs fucking suck and you're not paying anybody for it. You're not paying anybody well enough. But yet they're going to go on Fox News and be like, I can't believe it. Really? You're a pig farmer, dude. You're trying to hire kids. Or no, he's not. That's the thing. He's not trying to hire kids. He's trying to hire full-grown, qualified adults. I wonder how much he's honestly paying for that. For his job.
I can't find enough staff to keep the service going here. Now,
saloon owner.
Well, you have to be vaccinated.
Okay, shut up. Just stop complaining about the vaccinations and shit. Okay, move on. Okay, you lost. Let it go. It's just like a goddamn election. You lost. Get over it. Okay? I'm not trying to sit there and listen to people bitch about those kinds of things anymore. That's absolutely absurd. Sorry, I'm still trying to order what I can in terms of coils. Can I not pay via PayPal on here? Come on. Come on, buddy. I requested that I get one of their debit MasterCards from PayPal. It's the only account that I've got right now with any money in it that I can pay with. Can I add PayPal? Payment apps? It's payment apps. Oh, you fucker. Come on. Come on. Come on. Maybe I can, oh, you know what? I might be able to go on to PayPal and get my card number. Maybe, since it's in the mail. All right, let's listen to this.
You can't get anyone to show up at work.
Oh, where? Do workers not want to work for you because you don't pay enough and treat them like garbage?
But let's examine the claim that people don't want to work because of some kind of government welfare. We touched on it a bit in our previous video, but it bears a bit more explanation. The current exodus of workers is due in large part to what is known as the Great Resignation, in which over 20 million workers have quit their jobs from May through September of 2021. The key word here is quit, not laid off, not fired, they voluntarily left. According to the US Department of Labor, people who quit their jobs don't get to collect unemployment unless their reason for quitting is a direct result of COVID-19. And that doesn't mean they can quit if they simply don't feel safe. There are only very specific circumstances in which this can take effect, like if the person quitting actually has COVID or a family member in their house has COVID. Furthermore, the CARES Act stipulates that if a company tries to rehire someone they had to lay off due to COVID, and that person refuses to go back to work, they lose their unemployment benefits. In fact, when UI benefits are cut off, it has a negligible effect on employment. According to research by the International Monetary Fund,
don't matter.
The early removal of COVID-related unemployment benefits had only a modest and temporary effect on getting people back to work. So 20 million workers quit, not to collect unemployment, but because they wanted to quit for other reasons.
Yeah.
And what
Believe it or not.
reasons? I wonder. It is a mystery. In fact, the Great Resignation is a bit of a misnomer. People aren't quitting work entirely. They're quitting for better jobs. While rates of quitting are up, so are hires. And when polled as to why they were quitting for better jobs, the top 3 reasons people gave were pay was too low, no opportunities for advancement, and felt disrespected at work. The people quitting are also mostly in blue-collar jobs, and given the treatment of essential workers during the pandemic, this isn't all that surprising. Low-wage jobs such as cooks, warehouse workers, agriculture workers, construction workers, and bakers had the highest death rates from COVID-19, according to a study from UCSF. The most famous case of bosses not taking this risk seriously were the Iowa Tyson Foods managers who formed a, and this next word is important, motherfucking betting pool on which of the meatpacking workers would get COVID. Workers everywhere were also abused by customers who didn't want to follow COVID safety rules to the point of being physically attacked or degraded until feeling completely dehumanized. It's also important to point out that even before the pandemic, blue-collar workers have been routinely mistreated, including but not limited to $50 billion in wage theft per year.
Jesus, dude.
Employers not paying their employees when money is owed. So to recap, we had managers literally betting on the lives of employees, service workers being physically attacked, and massive stolen wages. Not hard to see why folks might not want to work certain jobs without being either extremely desperate or having some sort of humiliation fetish. Not trying to kink shame, unless that's your kink. Okay, so we know why people wanted to quit. What empowered them to quit? Well, essentially, the pandemic disrupted the labor market enough to give people this chance. People were laid off early in the pandemic because of COVID, but when these places open back up, there's a lag between opening back up and being able to find employees. The employees they laid off don't just rush back to the same old job. They might take this opportunity to look for a better job. In 2021, 55% of people were looking to change jobs over the next year. So the Great Resignation is more like a great find a job that doesn't treat me like shit Ignation.
Right.
They should call it. That's how words work. Still, it is true some people aren't returning to work. But according to that International Monetary Fund study we mentioned earlier, those not returning to work are mostly older people, either due to fears over COVID or rising home values and stock prices allowing them to live off of their current assets. Women with children under 5 years old were also less likely to return to work due to the unpredictability of school and childcare during the pandemic. And since we still don't live in a gender equitable society, childcare expectations often fall fall onto women. In the UK, there was less of a she session, gross, because nurseries stayed open during the pandemic. But for people who can return to work, they have more leverage than they had in the past, since these companies that did mass layoffs during the pandemic can't immediately find fresh, trained workers to replace the old employees. Prospective employees get to be picky about where they want to work. While this great find a less shitty job-ignation movement started during the beginning of the pandemic, it is continuing to grow. And why not? People are realizing their bargaining power. And this is beneficial not only to the people who are quitting, but everyone. The increase in wages to entice new employees has grown wages for people who remained in their jobs as well. So it seems like the Great Resignation is better for everyone, except for greedy, power-hungry CEO. What? It is way too soon for that edible to have kicked in.
Oh, God damn it.
Baby, I have taken over Cody's pirate broadcast like someone who beats up pirates, who's an iconic character like in tights that beats up pirates. The Phantom. I have taken over like Billy Zane in The Phantom.
Oh, Christ. I'd almost forgotten about that movie. Shit.
I am your normal
She's wrecked it for me.
host and ruler of news, Katie Stoll. Unfortunately, our news scab Warmbo has died of piss poisoning. Wait.
Sorry, I just enjoyed the piss poisoning.
Mom? He's clinging to life in the hospital.
No, somebody choke his ass out.
Those medical bills, little guy.
Fuck
because
Warmbo.
we did not cover them. Anyways, in real news, unions are unnecessary and also terrible. How about all those dues you have to pay, huh? No thank you. Take it from Amazon, a notable pro-worker company who says you can do it without dues. Listen, you like video games, right? You could get
Do it without dues.
console with all those union dues, just like how Delta informed their workers that unionizing was silly since, duh. You could get video games with all that money wasted on maintaining worker power. Or football. You riffraff like the footballs, right? Well, you could buy some of those footballs with your dues. So what is the point of dues? Oh, Graphics Monkey, fetch me a headline about how useless dues are. Aha, see? States with higher union membership have higher wages, stronger voting laws, and better quality of... Hey, wait a minute.
Sounds like the opposite of what she's trying to say.
By the Graphics Monkey. Graphics Monkey, you are fired! Video clip monkey, you're up. Show me a video clip that conforms to my worldview. Something like a leaked training video from Amazon that warns of the evils of unionizing efforts.
Welcome. We're excited to have you at this training, specifically designed to give you the tools that you need for success when it comes to labor organizing.
Oh, yeah?
We're not anti-union, but we are not neutral either. We will boldly defend our direct relationship with associates as best for the associate, the business, and our shareholders. We do not believe unions are in the best interest of our customers, our shareholders, or most importantly, our associates.
Thank you, very normal human cartoon.
That maybe I was just mishearing that, but it sounded like it had some like peppy, upbeat music at the beginning, and then when he started getting deep into their opinion about unions, the music took a turn. Or maybe it just cut off completely. I'm going to have to run that back. But I'm pretty sure that... Oh, boy. Maybe, somebody on the outside edited it to make it seem more drastic and dramatic. But that seemed to be kind of dark.
Workers that unionizing was silly since, duh. You could get video games with all that money you wasted on maintaining worker power. Or football. You riffraff like the footballs, right? Well, you could buy some of those footballs with your dues. So what is the point of dues? Oh, graphics, graphics, video clip, like a...
Welcome. We're excited to have you at this training, specifically designed to give you the tools that you need for success when it comes to labor organizing. We are not anti-union, but we are not neutral either. We will boldly defend our direct relationship with...
That shit's not edited. That's part of the video. You can tell because the quality of the music is low quality because it's ripped, it's somebody recording it from their phone or whatever. And the music that's playing behind the video clip itself is of the same quality as, as the videos. Oh, as the words, as the actual script. And they purposefully made the music like that. Jesus, dude. It's incredibly... Oh, what's the word, man? Manipulative. Yep. That's a good one.
Associates as best for the associate, the business, and our shareholders. We do not believe unions are in the best interest of our customers, our shareholders, or most importantly, our associates.
Thank you, very normal human cartoon. See, I'm not anti-union. I'm simply against the idea that you should form a union, and I will boldly state that I would prefer you not make the mistake of forming a union and setting off the surveillance drones and the anti-union taser turrets.
While employees have the right to organize, we have a right and responsibility to share our position that a direct working relationship is better for the customer, the company, and the associate. In order to be able to do that effectively, it is critical that we recognize the early warning signs of potential organizing and escalate concerns promptly.
Please, Mr. Normal
Early
Cartoon
warning
Man
signs?
who isn't anti-union but is boldly against the formation of unions, tell me the early signs of organizing activity.
The most obvious signs would include use of words associated with unions or union-led movements like living wage or steward, petitions or other concerted activity such as an associate purporting to...
Look at how they're demonizing normal terms. Living wage. That's not some sort of off the wall insane terminology, man. That just means making enough money to live on, right? So they look out for that. They listen out for people to say, oh, living wage. Once they hear living wage, that triggers the drones and the cameras and tapping in on your company phone if you have one. Maybe even your private phone. I don't know. That's insanity, dude. Why would you be so aggressive about when somebody's like, you know, it'd be nice to make a living wage?
Speak on behalf of his or her coworkers when raising concerns.
Living wage? Having grievances? Disgusting. Send in the flamethrower drones. I mean, friendly. Drones of friendliness that aren't anti-union, just politely and gently redirects unions into a neutralizing blast of friendly, cleansing fire. So look, unions are very dangerous, but also pointless. Don't need them. Trust me. And if you can't take my word for it, take the word of the world's best thinker, Elon Musk, who liked to tweet saying we don't need unions anymore, as opposed to the past when people were, quote, getting their hands cut off and fired. Very good point from the meme guy. People don't get fired unjustly anymore, only for good reasons, like, say, a Tesla worker trying to organize a union. And it's not like you get your hands cut off anymore. Just ripped bicep tendons, lung damage, and vision damage. And so what if one Tesla worker described his injury as agonizing pain? As the person being injured, he's a biased source as to how much that injury hurts, and you know I'm right. But here's the scary part. Unions aren't the only threat to the plucky little multinational corporation. There is this very dangerous new trend workers are trying called quitting. And personally, I think it should be illegal. And so does ThedaCare, the for-profit healthcare company. You see, healthcare workers in Wisconsin tried to quit their jobs for a better job at another hospital because of things like better benefits, better pay, and better work-life balance. They even blackmailed ThedaCare with the threat of quitting, asking ThedaCare to match the new offer. Well, ThedaCare stood up to those bully employees and didn't give in to their demands, saying that the long-term expense to ThedaCare was not worth the short-term cost. Because what? Do employees really think they can demand their boss pay them more? Or else they'll quit? What is this? A free country? Luckily, a judge agreed that it is not a free country and allowed ThedaCare to sue for an injunction against the healthcare workers. Apparently, you can't legally prevent them from quitting because it's called, like, slavery or something. But the judge did allow for the injunction to stop the nurses from taking the new job. You see, these workers are at will, meaning that they can be fired for any reason. And even though it also technically means that they can quit for any reason, I think we should just nudge that definition a little bit to mean that they can't quit for any reason. I mean, we all know that the whole at-will scam is for letting us fire workers whenever we want, right? Like, we don't actually care about workers having the right to quit. I mean, that wouldn't help serve our interests as CEOs at all. Oh, shoot, sorry. I'm not supposed to say that part out loud, am I? Ugh. Still a little tipsy from Scotch brunch. Scrunch, we call it. What I meant is, well, you see, in this case, it's different because these are healthcare workers. And while, yes, of course, they're frontline heroes, blah, 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 great sacrifice, blah, 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 they can't just quit because that would threaten patient safety. What, you think ThedaCare should have just paid them more since they had plenty of time to make a counteroffer? That is called negotiating with terrorists. I mean, frontline workers are heroes, of course, thank you, heroes, but also terrorists. Look, my point here is that this whole entitled, I can just quit and find a new job attitude has gone too far. What we need to do is show people how lazy workers are for wanting better conditions. If we could say, find a random person on the internet, someone who's, I don't know, an introvert and isn't media ready, and embarrass them on national television. Ooh, do we have anything like that?
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society where people constantly want you to be productive 24/7, and it's good to have rest.
What do you do, Doreen?
I'm a dog walker. I mean, I would love to teach. I would love to, work with people and stuff like that.
What would you teach, Doreen?
Philosophy mostly.
Philosophy.
Just introduction to philosophy, critical thinking, reason, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I would love to take your class, Doreen.
Haha, perfect. You see, all workers who want to quit their job are lazy because this one person is kind of awkward. Score. You hear that, employees? Your little labor movement comes to an
How
end
dare
now.
you speak up against the system,
Excuse me.
Doreen?
Monkeys, why are you cutting the lights? You can't just... Excuse me, what? You're quitting? You can't just quit? No, you cannot just quit because I will sue you.
Yeah,
Graphic
it's illegal.
monkey. Give me a picture of an injunction against the lighting monkeys. Oh, right. I fired the graphics monkey. Fine, you're fired again. We don't even need a stupid news show.
You know, it's parody, right? Like, of course, she's exaggerating, but is she? To like a certain extent, a very small extent, yeah. But this is the mentality, man. I swear to God, it is. She's spot on. They are spot on with the analysis. It's hyperbolic, of course, for effect. But the mentality behind the thought processes that employers have is exactly this. Exactly this. Like, excuse me? I'm sorry. The, employment at will clause isn't for your benefit. It's for ours. So that whenever you do something that we don't like, we can just get rid of you and we don't have to explain why, and it's all good. It's not so that you can quit whenever you want. So again, what she's saying and the thought process behind it is accurate, 100%.
And die also, because we're gonna become a goddamn aggregate. You hear me? It's a cheap news aggregate. Fine, okay, fine. Cut to some ads while I do a little company reorganizing. Ugh.
You like books? Perhaps you need to read up on the best way to organize a union or reinstall a toilet. Maybe you need to fortify your windows and doors to prevent a puppet from casually entering your home whenever they please. There's probably a book about, like, puppet trapping. That's why I want to tell you about Scribd, a website that wired and to dance per customer or risk losing job. Armed to or heartwarming video. Orphan kittens raise money for toddlers' cancer. Teacher cuts off arm to feed starving students. Top 10 signs your workers are plotting against you. Ring camera catches moment Amazon driver forced to dance for customer or risk losing job, and we are here for it. Viral video of Chihuahua solving racism, and it is binge-worthy AF.
Keep power flowing to news reactor.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Warmbo was jerking off.
My hole.
Wombo powering the aggregate. Wombo
Is he
sweat is money.
Are those wires coming out of your asshole? Warmo, this is madness. It's not even a real set. I don't think you're actually powering anything. How about you join my strike, okay? Maybe you and I can form a union.
Unions all bad and ineffective. You silly goat. Wombo must keep working. Wombo needs the salary for child support.
Come on, they can't keep... Wait, child support? Look, never mind, all right? Warmbo, this isn't sustainable, okay? Come here, little buddy. Let me just put you next to all the bongs and throwing stars. Okay, listen, Warmbo. If unions were so bad for you, the worker, and so pointless, why do companies spend millions of dollars just on union avoidance consultants? In an article by the pro-labor think tank Economic Policy Institute, they describe how the Dish TV Corporation spent years and huge amounts of money just to prevent around 100 workers from unionizing. According to the article, while it may be hard to justify the time and money spent on fighting the union in terms of the costs of this group of 100 employees, this expense may be more logical when understood as an investment in preventing higher wages from spreading to the rest of its workforce. Understanding that unions and strikes put corporations in such a panic that they're willing to spend millions of dollars and many years fighting them should be a tip-off that unions and labor organization gives workers more leverage. Even though work sometimes feels like you're a puppet on a treadmill with electrodes attached to your anus, it doesn't have to be this way. There is actually a future of work that exists without exploitation, or at least as much exploitation. It's worth looking at a realistic version of what the future of work could look like and what we would need to change, including things about ourselves to get there. So I guess let's talk about that right now.
Does that mean Mr. Cody is going to host the show again?
Just because the title monkey is back doesn't mean that I'm back too. Yes, I know we're dating now, but it's more of a casual thing. We're not tied at the hip. Okay, first of all, it's worth noting that people are still going to want to work in the future, even in a magical, idyllic future that doesn't have the imminent threat of climate change, insidious creep of fascism, rampant income inequality, a housing crisis, a water crisis, unchecked corruption, the film Book of Henry, an unregulated financial system, famine, definitely a couple more pandemics, and 3,700 active nuclear warheads still just hanging around. Even in that world, people are still going to want to work, because as I feel like we've made clear, the idea that people don't want to work anymore is just, it's generally false. I mean, I'm sure some people don't. Lord knows most days I just want to get high and practice my shuriken technique, but for the most part, people are just tired of the endless grind with no chance of upward mobility. But they still want to do things, even when those things are working for other people. Perhaps that's why, despite the media framing that we're in a labor shortage, there are actually millions of Americans dutifully applying for jobs and getting rejected. As the chief economist at ZipRecruiter, why does ZipRecruiter need a chief economist? Whatever, it doesn't matter. As the chief economist,
that's a valid question, honestly,
told the Washington Post in November, a lot of the interest from employers is not spread evenly across the labor pool. There are some people in very high demand, and there are some people who get no interest at all. So again, nobody wants to work anymore for $11 an hour at a job that treats them like trash. Most people just want a working situation where they're not going to be stuck in a warehouse during a tornado and threatened with termination if they leave. And so in order for the U.S.
Yeah, man, and 100% accuracy here. You know, and my brother is dealing with it right now at the factory that he works at. You know, they brought him in and the job offer was good. I mean, it was okay pay, you know, decent hours and benefits and stuff like that. It's a major manufacturer, okay? So it was a valid offer at the time. And I mean, it still has a little bit of like decency about it. But as he started working, they started bumping up the manufacturing quota, right? So they make a specific product, and as the days go by, they start demanding more and more of these products get complete. And it's one of those assembly lines where you're putting something together from start to finish, right? So you start with X and then you put all these extra components on until it gets to the very end of the assembly line is a complete product. And he works somewhere near the very end of it, okay? And so, they say, oh, we got to make, 50 of these in an 8-hour shift. And then all of a sudden it's 60, and then it's 70. Meaning that in order to get out at the same quitting time that he was told in the job contract, they have to work harder and harder and harder, which you can only get out so many in a day, right? Even if everybody was working at a breakneck pace, you can only move the assembly line so fast, right? It has a maximum speed that it'll move at. So at some point, the amount of work that you put in and the speed at which you work isn't going to help you get off at the same time each day. And so you start having to work longer and longer and longer. And it's not just the working longer, it's that you're working longer at a breakneck pace. Like you continue at that super fast pace because you want to go home, right? You want to get the day done. So you're trying to crank the stuff out. And now he's at a point where he's never off at the time that he was told he would be off in the beginning. And, they'll tell you that, when you come into the interview, they're like, oh, there might be some overtime. And they say it blasé, casual style. Like, every now and then we'll have some overtime. But he'll be doing that perpetually from now on, I would say. Because, the economy it's picking back up. Inflation's kind of garbage, but demand for products is kind of returning back to its pre-pandemic levels. And that includes the product that they manufacture at the plant that he works at. So these levels are going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. And so when he finally does get home, he's exhausted. He's not in great health. He's had a lot of health issues. And the job that he does, he's got to run up and down like this flight of steps as part of the station that he works at. And so when you do that, just even at a normal pace, it's going to be rough after an 8-hour shift, which has now become a 10 or 11-hour shift. But when you're working at your absolute fastest capacity, now he's sprinting up and down the steps. You know what I mean? And he's getting real tired, man. He's getting exhausted and he's whooping his ass. So when he comes home, he eats and he goes to sleep because he needs to immediately go to sleep to rest and recharge so that he can get up and do it again the next day. And it's like, even though they kind of passively mention the idea of overtime and, having to do a little extra work, they never are completely upfront in the beginning that, hey, you're going to be getting your ass kicked, my man. Like the specific station we're going to have you working at is going to wreck your shit. And we're going to incrementally increase the amounts until all of a sudden you're no longer allowed or you're no longer able to clock out at the time that you would expect to be clocking out. If they had said that during the interview process, some people would still take the job, but most people would be like, no, that's not what you guys said it would be in the ad, So this is a perfect example of what's going on. Same thing. And when he and I were discussing it the other day and he was kind of mentioning what was going on, it's like, then at a certain point, you become beholden to that job. You are a slave to that job. You have to keep working that job. You have no choice. You have bills that have to be paid, and you've got consistent income, and it becomes so difficult, to try to find another job because it's exhausting to go work your normal job, and God knows they're not going to let you take a day off to go try to find another job. So you got to do it on the weekends? Well, your weekends are like for resting up, It's just not, it's not a great system. It's not a great system, especially to be a worker,
The changes I'm about to bring up, we would have to do a better job at disincentivizing companies from stealing from their employees or keeping them in poor working conditions. So that's a step one. A step two is that we should just flat out work less. Much like how the Jetsons assumed we would be working reduced hours, the celebrated economist John Maynard Keynes wrote an essay in 1930 suggesting that people in the not-too-distant future would only work 15 hours a week. He knew that technology would be drastically enhanced over the next century and believed it would
1930s when this man said this.
so that there would be less demand for even more productivity and people would elect not to work so much. Fortunately, there's already an initiative some are trying out that might be a kind of compromise between the endless working cycle of today and what Keynes envisioned, and that is the 4-day work week.
The push to shorten the work week from 5 days to 4, gaining momentum around the globe. This week, the United Arab Emirates announced a plan to transition to a 4.5-day work week starting in January.
This is a pretty straightforward idea that has gained some traction in recent years. A number of companies and countries are experimenting with cutting worker hours without cutting pay. A trial of a 4-day work week in Iceland found that employees experienced less stress and burnout and had a greater sense of well-being without
It's
losing
pretty simple, man.
productivity. Microsoft employees in Japan were 40% more productive with a 4 days on, 3 days off schedule. Kickstarter is allowing employees to work 4-day weeks in 2022 as well, because apparently they have nothing better to do than, like, I don't know, help raise awareness for a brilliant line of coats for dogs and cats that no one gave a about. And according to this MSNBC headline, the movement for a 4-day work week is even gaining traction in Congress. And by gaining traction, they mean a proposed law that, according to the first paragraph of that article, has no real prospect of becoming law in the near term. Thank you, Wait and News, mighty fine newsing. The proposed legislation came from Representative Mark Takano of California in 2021 and would, if passed, which it won't be, create a 32-hour work week for most Americans. Or rather, it would require employers to pay overtime for any employee who works more than 32 hours a week. This bill isn't perfect. It wouldn't apply to gig workers, contractors, or salaried employees exempt from overtime, and hourly workers might just see their hours get cut so nobody breaks the 32-hour threshold, which would just cut their pay. So it's actually
They did that when I worked at a major electronics retailer for the better part of a decade. We'll call it Greatest Purchase. You'll hear me refer to it a lot if you tune into the stream. Greatest Purchase is what we'll call the store. Okay. They did the same for the vast majority of their part-time employees. Even their, well, they had very few technically full-time employees. But what they would do is they would work, and I think the way it works in each state might differ. I'm not sure. This could be a federal law. But what they would do is they would work part-time employees 40 hours for 7 weeks, because there was a period of time, maybe 2 months. I'm just going to use 2 months as the example. But there was a period of time over which an employee would work that if they averaged more than 32 hours in a week, you had to give them full-time status, including benefits, right? And again, it might vary from state to state. This might be a federal law. I'm not exactly sure. But what they would do is they would work the part-time employees 40 hours a week for 7 weeks or whatever. And then the last week, they would not work them at all. They would give them 0 hours or 1 hour. And it would plummet that average down to below 32 hours a week. So they wouldn't have to give them benefits. They did that all the time. They probably still do it to this day. And not only is that entirely fucked up, but the employee that was working those hours often wanted full-time status. You know, they were putting in the hours. They were proving that they were willing to be committed to the job. And they did very well, because truthfully, it was only the highly performing part-time employees that got into this situation, or for whatever reason, if one part-time associate in a particular department with a certain level of expertise, maybe they couldn't find somebody else to work in that department with the same level of knowledge, or maybe the other associates weren't great at selling, because at Greatest Purchase, you weren't commissioned. We as salespeople were not commission based, which was cool. I'll give them credit for that. I think that's a good choice. It works on a couple different levels. Okay, as an employee, you don't have to worry about making sales in order to receive a paycheck, right? And then it also, like, for instance, when I would sell something, I was much more honest about the products, because I wasn't just trying to sling bullshit in order to make a sale. And it was one of those things that you could offer as proof of your legitimacy and the proof of the advice that you were giving. You could say, listen, I'm not commission based, so I'm going to give you my honest opinion and what I've seen. And then in that case, you could immediately, you're breaking down the walls, right, between yourself and the customer. Because in a lot of positions like that, or a lot of stores, they come in, like specialty electronic stores with various departments that specialize in different electronics, they immediately think that you're going to tell them whatever they need to hear to buy it. So immediately by saying something like, well, I'm not paid on commission, it drops their defenses a little bit to where they're going to be like, all right, well, cool. Because 9 times out of 10, we're instructed and trained as employees to got to contact somebody within like the first 30 seconds that they enter your department. And that can seem a little jarring, whenever you're coming in there and you're looking for, like, I worked with like car electronics mostly, stereos and speakers and, subwoofers and remote starts, GPS systems, satellite radio, those kinds of things. And so whenever you're in that department and you're just kind of browsing, and then like within 30 seconds, somebody's like, hey, how you doing? Something I can help you find? It can be a little off-putting. So it's a good statement to throw out there to try to put them at ease and be like, listen, I'm not paid on commission, so I'm honestly just here to help. I will not bother the crap out of you, but I'll be around if you decide you do need questions. Let me know, because one of the biggest things that I used to benefit from was, there was certain departments where the price of the product was indicative of the quality of the product. And then there were some departments where just some brands had a certain logo on them and that shit cost more, but it wasn't necessarily worth the extra money that you were going to pay. So it allowed me to be really honest about the quality of the product and how satisfied I thought the customer would be with that particular product. So, but in terms of the hours, right? And the hours that they would work people, they would set full-time status as like a promotion. Everybody comes in as part-time. When I started working for them, it was back in 2007. And I was just a seasonal employee. Like during the holidays, they needed some extra help. And I started as an installer, a car electronics installer, with limited knowledge. I mean, I'd done some work on my own vehicles and stuff like that, but I had no formal training in it at that point. And I learned a lot, hands-on experience through the other installer. He was a master level installer, and he had a lot of knowledge, so he gave me a lot of it. It had a lot of really good mentors in other stores that I worked at, specifically like Greenwood. It was Paul is his name, but he was a mentor of mine. He taught me so much crap about how to do installs. And but truthfully, whenever you've got a workforce that you can utilize effectively and have your part-timers work full-time hours, and then just that last week cut them back to zero, then you save so much money because you don't have to give them full-time status and you don't have to pay them benefits. Woo! But beyond that too, think about, even these part-time workers had bills they had to pay. They oftentimes were adults, had an apartment where they had to pay rent and utilities and all kinds of shit, just like normal people. And imagine what that does to your capacity and your ability to pay your bills when, every 8th week, essentially, you don't get any hours. That paycheck is fucked. So you better hope that your bills don't come due during that pay period, because you only get paid every 2 weeks, It's wasn't weekly pay. So the fact that they still do this, I don't know if Greatest Purchase still does it. I would imagine they do. In addition to these hourly wage practices, they were talking about unions. And I remember vividly, we had to take these e-learnings. And one that we had to take every year was anti-union. And it was basically, you watch the video that very much was like the Amazon one that was ripped and leaked out there. And so you'd watch the video on a computer, and you'd have to read through slides. It's kind of like a slide presentation, PowerPoints, talking about all the problems with unions and what to do if you suspect that a coworker of yours is trying to set up a union. And then there was like a little quiz at the end of it that you had to answer correctly. And I remember thinking, as I was taking this is fucked. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Because it was essentially incentivizing coworkers to rat on each other if one was mentioning the idea of starting a union. We'll give you a $50 Best Buy gift card if you report it and it turns out to be credible.
Terrible? It's a terrible idea for a law? Still, you could argue that the fact that this is even being discussed by people in power is a major shift from previous generations, despite those people in power being bad at writing good laws. But honestly, don't hold your breath, unless that's like your job, and in that case, you will still be holding your breath for 5 days a week. Congratulations. More realistically, the future workplace for many employees will probably be some form of hybrid office and work from home structure. The jury is still out on how working from home has impacted the US workforce, with a constant push and pull between employees wanting more freedom and employers looking for ways to spy on them. There's even a disconnect here between the companies themselves and the executives who run them. A lot of major companies are giving up office space to save money as their staff works remotely. But at the same time, the executives of those companies want to be in an office. They're 3 times more likely than rank and file employees to say they want to work in person.
Yep.
I guess bossing people around on an online workplace communication platform, it's not as fulfilling.
And yep. That was something that I, kind of experienced firsthand too, was the desire of somebody, from a ownership, leadership, management perspective, was much more desired an in-person working atmosphere, much more than us normal line level employees. Yeah. And you start to wonder why. And I don't like to throw out suppositions on things without reasonable degree of evidence. But I think there's a lot of factors to it. One boss was like, "I just like to see everybody's smiling face." That's cute, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, maybe it was just because, in terms of like a lease agreement, if, say, they're renting the space or leasing the office space from another landlord or some shit like that, it got to justify that expense, especially if you're locked into a lease for a certain time period. But then again, being able to boss people around in person, or, does it give you a sense of superiority to just be able to look around at all the little chickadees working in their little cubicles and be like, I'm your boss, I'm your boss. It's bizarre. It's strange to need that kind of, and why does it correlate to people in higher positions of power? Like, not one line level employee was like, yeah, I want to go back to work. in the company that I worked for that was remote, I don't remember anybody who was at that level that wanted to work back in the office. I don't know. So it's bizarre. It's bizarre to see why, those who run the place are like, nope, I want you back in the office. Is it just so they can look? Sorry, I'm going to stop it again. Maybe it's so they can more easily watch over you and make sure that you're being productive. Make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be. I'm paying you money. You better have your fucking nose buried in that keyboard all day.
Your job depends on looking busy and important as opposed to actually producing tangible results. Working from home threatens that. You have to email everyone photos of you looking stressed and pretending to take phone calls, which just has less oomph to it. On the flip side, there's at least one study showing that in-person workplace interruptions actually improve well-being and job satisfaction. It makes us feel like a real person in a valued team, not just another cog in a disposable virtual machine.
Well, the interruptions and the reason that they improve your productivity and your overall well-being is because it's taking your mind off the bullshit that you're doing, even for a brief few moments. In my perspective, anyway. So those workplace interruptions take your mind away from the humdrum of what you're doing, and you do feel like a normal person because you're having a normal human conversation. So I think that's why it probably improves the sense of well-being. It doesn't necessarily mean I love these in-office interactions because it makes me feel like I'm socializing. No, it's because it's taking your mind off the bullshit that you're doing, and that's a good feeling.
Home is also your office. It's easy to work way more than what you usually would work. This was something we specifically saw happen during the pandemic. Having a place you can clock in and out of can actually help balance your work and your life. Believe me, our writers, producers, editors, title monkeys, and everyone here at the Shody, when we say that can be a huge asset to your mental health. So, for our scenario, let's say our workers of the future are doing 2 days in the office and 2 days at home, with plenty of flexibility to do more or less as needed. You'll still get to work in your pajamas a few days a week, and Bryce, the regional manager, will still get a chance to tell you in person how his dental surgery went. Also, we should ban Slack. Just get rid of it. Everyone hates it. And while we're at it, the government could fund or mandate some things, like universal pre-K, expanded childcare, maternity and paternity leave, and a minimum annual vacation time to make it easier for people to not have to work 260 plus days a year. They could also provide universal health care and remove barriers to unemployment benefits to make it easier for people to leave awful working situations. 1 in 6 workers in the US say they are only staying in a job they don't like because they can't afford to lose their health care.
I actually thought it'd be higher than 1 in 6.
Those things to make everything else we're talking about much easier. They could, but, won't. So what are some, perhaps, more grounded things we can do to make sure that labor is no longer so exploitative? We could do things like regulate corporations that abuse workers, like the new California law that aims to compel Amazon to allow their workers bathroom breaks. But that seems like a band-aid solution, or slapping Flex Seal on a huge tank of urine that keeps sprouting leaks. It solves the specific issue of Amazon having a fetish for making their workers pee their pants, again, not kink shaming, but it doesn't seem like it solves the underlying issue of inequality of labor. Even when legislation is enacted to help workers, when corporations have enough money and power, they're able to overturn worker-friendly legislation. If you recall, in 2019, California passed a new law to categorize Lyft and Uber drivers as employees instead of independent contractors, which would force Lyft and Uber to give their drivers benefits, protections, a guaranteed minimum wage, overtime pay, and disability insurance. In response, Lyft and Uber and various delivery apps spent more than $200 million on Prop 22, a 2020 ballot initiative that reversed California's new labor law. Their money went toward propaganda that made it seem like Prop 22 was pro-worker, with fake progressive voter guides that urged voters to vote yes on Prop 22, without revealing the mailers were paid for by Lyft and Uber. They also ran ads saying that without Prop 22, 90% of rideshare jobs would vanish.
But if drivers are forced to become employees, up to 90% of app-based driving jobs could disappear.
Without the context that those jobs would disappear because their companies would rather stop service than pay people a living wage.
Right.
And by golly, it worked! Prop 22 passed, many voters felt deceived, ultimately proving that money can, quite literally, buy elections. This is why what we're seeing now with unions, strikes, and the Great Resignation is so important. Because it's not enough to wait for legislation to pass, we need to demand better treatment ourselves. But is this sustainable? When the labor market changes, will the leverage that workers gained over the past couple of years vanish? Well, there are ways to make worker leverage more permanent. Pushing for unionization now while workers have more power is a good step, as is being done by workers at Amazon, Starbucks, McDonald's, REI, and more. Another thing to consider is completely different models from the top-down, rich CEO, underpaid workers system we currently love for some reason. As workers realize their value more and more, the idea of the CEO making over 300 times more than the median worker
That's
may
insane,
seem
dude.
kind of
300 times more?
In 2020, worker pay increased by only 1.8%, while CEO pay increased by 16%.
And that was at the start of the pandemic, 2020, man. Or the height of it, all of it. Why would the CEO's pay need to go up 16%? This is that cost of living bullshit that I'm talking about, man.
Overall, CEO compensation has grown by over 1,300% since 1978, while the average worker's compensation has grown by only 18%. This isn't just unfair and grotesque, but actually illogical as well. A 2016 report found the most underperforming companies actually had the highest paid CEOs. So at a minimum, CEOs are grossly overpaid, and maybe they're not even necessary. As we're seeing now, a company is only as good as its ability to keep employees. As professor of business administration at Harvard Business School, Sadal Neely told Recode, "When I talk to leaders of companies, they're literally panicking because they can't fulfill their services. They can't deploy their product. They can't meet their growth goals because they don't have trained talent." Damn! Where will we find the money to train the talent?
Right.
And there is other evidence that the amount CEOs are paid isn't reflective of their relative talent or worth to the company. According to a report by the Economic Policy Institute, CEOs are getting more because of their power to set pay, and because so much of their pay, more than 80%, is stock related, not because they are increasing their productivity or possess specific high demand skills. So why do we need CEOs at all? There's no rule that states that management of a company needs to fall primarily into one person's hands. That might sound unrealistic, except not only is it already a business model, but an extremely stable one at that.
After 15 years as a fixture in Baltimore Station North neighborhood, co-owners Joe Edwardson and his mom, Kathy Palikoff, were forced to close their doors.
I've only been here maybe 3 years, but it definitely feels like a special place, and so it was sad to kind of see it go, and yeah, I definitely did not think it'd be coming back.
But they soon found hope. The former workers and owners began exploring worker ownership. And after receiving a number of pandemic-related grants, loans, and support from other worker owners, Joe Squared was able to reopen in December of 2020.
I don't know that we would have gotten the support if we were just trying to come back traditionally. It's a more democratic way to operate.
This is the concept behind co-ops. You might have heard of them, but in case you haven't, co-ops are companies where ownership is distributed among workers, and decisions are often made collectively. Workers can buy into the co-op with a certain amount of hours worked and a small investment. The democratic nature of co-ops seems to have helped them weather the pandemic better. In the Bay Area, co-ops were able to make it through the pandemic with minimal layoffs and collectively voted on safety measures for their employees. This trend isn't restricted to the magical hippie land of the Bay Area.
Right.
Either. The Democracy at Work Institute examined over 140 co-ops in the US between April and July of 2020. It turned out most of the co-ops surveyed didn't have to lay off many workers during the pandemic and were able to adapt to new business models rather than resort to layoffs. And since workers often get to vote on how much they earn, they often make more than the national average. There are some places where workers make around $40 to $50 an hour when including all benefits. Even before the pandemic, the number of cooperatives in the US co-ops had been increasing, up over 35% from 2013. The 50 by 50 Project is an organization that aims to raise employee ownership of businesses by 50 million workers by 2050. They reported that co-ops have an average pay ratio from the top to the bottom of 2-to-1 versus the typical ratio that we discussed of over 300-to-1. But what of the precious profits? Can you have a profitable company without a 300 times normal human paid CEO? Well, in 2018, the worker co-ops verified by the 50 by 50 Project employed over 6,000 workers and were able to make close to $500 million in revenue, which seems good. Even if they're not as profitable as Amazon or Starbucks, do they have to be? If the workers are compensated well, and the companies are able to stay afloat, and workers are actually invested in the success of the business because they own part of it, isn't that enough? Do we need to be constantly shoveling green paper into the gaping maw of capitalism?
Dude,
or
oh God, I'm so glad he said exactly that, because that's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's not written in the rules of the world that you have to make insane quantities of money. Jesus Christ, why did we ever become the type of people where it's just not enough to just live comfortably? We've got to just constantly pursue more and more and more and more. Like, can't you just live like a normal life with adequate means of transportation and housing? Like, you don't need like the most expensive and the most luxurious of everything. God damn, man. And if you can believe that and start abiding by that and living like that way, then you probably will also open yourself up to contributing to other causes that are more meaningful. Because not only are these people that are obsessed with capitalism making insane quantities of money, they're also not doing much in the way of contributing to worthy programs and initiatives, you know? Not only do they seem to pursue more and more capital, they hoard it more and more. So it's not more about, you know, not just about making more profit, it's about keeping more of it rather than helping out, man. I've always been a big advocate of helping out those in need. You know? And I don't even care if the person in need put themselves in that position. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not worthy of assistance, you know? Everybody makes mistakes. Okay? Myself included. I make more mistakes than most. So, he's absolutely right. There's no need to have to keep up this insane pursuit of inordinate amounts of wealth, just insane quantities.
Is worker happiness and well-being a better measure of success? Of course, as long as monopolies get bigger and bigger, it is hard to imagine a system like co-ops taking off. You know, I generally accept the premise that forward progress is good. Technology and society often improve as time lurches forward, even if it doesn't seem fast enough. But if you watched our previous episode on the history of work, it really seems like there's some aspects here that aren't getting better as they become more advanced. Technology and tech companies should be making us work fewer hours a week, not more.
Right.
The internet should be creating smaller and increasingly niche businesses, not this series of monster corporations taking over their respective industries.
Amazon?
Or in the case of Amazon, like 20 different industries.
Oh my God, it's so weird, dude, because this is all shit that I was talking about today. You know, this is all, and I even used Amazon as a prime example. Amazon Prime. Because I even mentioned that, you know, that they would offer up their massive distribution network to small businesses with these really cool niche products. And as a small business, that's exciting to hear from a massive corporation that's willing to take you on and allow you to sell on their platform, right? But all they had to do was just get a hold of one or two of your niche products, reverse engineer it, make their own version, sell it half the cost, and then boot you off the platform. Like, congrats. You know, you've just been fucking capitalized. Boom, bitch. You've just been Bezos'd. And I laugh just because it's so sad, you know? But seriously, dude, there's no need for this kind of shit. It drives all the humanity out of people. Once it becomes about nothing but income and making absurd amounts of wealth, nobody treats anybody with respect anymore because they're not seen as individuals. This is a business. And as a business, I don't have to hold myself to account for anything necessarily. Collectively, we're allowed to be evil because it's not representative of any one individual. Even if you want to try to pin it on Bezos himself, you really can't, because Amazon itself is just such a massive, sprawling corporation now. And they do this sadistic shit all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's become just commonplace. And we're just like, oh, well, capitalism,
But the one assurance here is that with all their technology and power, they still haven't found a way to replace us, the worker. And if we remain united, use unions and strikes to our advantage, well, then in some ways, every company becomes a co-op. Because without us, they have nothing. At least until they find a way to replace us with robots, which in theory would force the government to create some kind of universal basic income, right? I mean, they certainly wouldn't just let everyone starve and die because a small percentage of rich people don't want to pay more taxes, right? Am I right? Somebody please say something. Anyway, I hope that explains why I'm on strike and why you should go on strike too, Warmbo, who I've been talking to this whole time, if you recall.
Anything to be close to Mr. Cody and smell Mr. Cody.
Okay. Thanks, I think.
That was beautiful, Cody. You're right. I will join your strike after all.
What? Aren't you the CEO?
What? No, not even close.
What about the bathroom stuff and the owls?
Yeah, no, I was ribbing you, obviously. Some fun amongst coworkers. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't filed a complaint about all that.
A complaint with whom? Who runs the show?
What do you mean?
What? If you're not in charge, then who is sending us paychecks?
Huh.
Yeah. Huh.
That is weird, isn't it?
It's not normal. Like, you have no idea then. You just know, like, what do we do now?
I mean, I'm just reading this off of a script, so...
Yeah, me too. I mean, okay. Cody goes on strike. Warmbo drinks piss. Katie evil. Warmbo's anus. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Cody, Katie, and Warmbo realize they're on a show, and Cody starts reading the script. Cody, Katie, and Warmbo realize they're in control of the show and start negotiating with themselves for better terms. They agree with their own demands. Cody gets a new tie. Katie gets a fridge full of raw eggs. Warmbo gets health care that covers piss poisoning and paternity leave. Nobody asks questions and just accepts it. The credits roll, and as always, everyone collects a small vial of their blood to be mailed to the specified address. So I guess we did it, everyone!
God. They're nuts, dude. They're nuts. But the information is good, and that's all that really matters, Every week, or however often. They're always on point, for sure. So, well, I think I'm going to call it for today. I think I'm going to try to get on a little bit later and actually do what'll be a late night stream for me. I'm trying to follow some of the advice and some of the tips that you'll read out there about trying to cultivate a larger audience. And, one of the things they say to do is try to stream at different times. And, God, it's going to just work me over. But, they want, as far as the best times for me to stream, it's late at night. When there are less channels for people to peruse, right? So I'm gonna get off and I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm gonna try to get some sleep for a little bit, and then I'll be back on a little bit later tonight, I think. It'll probably be like midnight, 1 a.m. my time, Eastern time in the United States. So I appreciate anybody stopping by. Rusty Baby, I appreciate the follow. Honestly, I can't express how much just the follow really means to me, especially at this early point in my streaming career. But yeah, it really keeps me going, for lack of a better term. So I appreciate anybody coming in and hanging out with me for a while. And I'll see you guys again soon. So try to have a good night or morning wherever you're at. Noni, I hope your vacation gets started.